Thank you. Everyone may be seated. We're on the record in State v. Kelly, CR 2023-026. The records show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendant. The witness is stepping forward. Yeah, come on up. Thanks. You can have a seat. And just to remind you, as I remind all witnesses after an evening adjournment, you're still under oath. Okay? Thank you, sir. I believe we were about to start the cross-examination. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
You're in civies today.
Yes.
So just to recap, you seem to have a lot of experience, 10 years supervision, correct?
Correct.
15 years as a law enforcement officer, 2 years of which was in detention?
17 total.
So it's a total of 17.
15 as a sworn or peace officer and 2 as a detention officer.
Okay. Thank you for the correction. My total was off on the total was 15 plus the 2. Okay. And you've had all kinds of training and everything, correct?
I have.
You know firearms, you qualify firearms every year?
Do I qualify for?
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you been an instructor in firearms at all?
For 2 years.
Okay. And at this time, you were, though, working in admin, you said. What is that? What did you do there?
In December 2022, I was assigned as the administrative sergeant/training coordinator. That was my position during the incident.
Okay. And so what's the admin part about?
Admin sergeant is it's a position within the sheriff's office that takes care of administrative duties. Again, one of them being training coordinator, which I ensure that all officers are up to par with their training or yearly training as per AC Post guidelines. One of the other things that I did during that time was be in charge or supervise the school resource officers and the DARE officer as well. That's another duty of the administrative sergeant. And as a general instructor, I also ensure that other general instructors within the department have proper lesson plans and training material when any sort of a training was required, and also scheduling training for detectives, officers, deputies, eventually also detention personnel. And again, that's what I can remember at this point.
Thank you for that. And how long were you in that position?
I was there since December 2022, and I went back to the road December 2023.
Okay. So all of December, end of December. So all of 23 pretty much. So 1 year.
Yes.
And in January 30th, that would have been your role at that time as far as your duties, correct?
Correct.
But whether it's low in staff or people were tied up for whatever reason, you offered assistance in this case, correct?
I was out on the road patrolling at that point.
Okay. So, but your job was not a patrol officer, correct? At that time?
Could you repeat the question for me?
Your job at that time was not patrol.
I was not assigned to the patrol division. No.
Right. But you signed in on this call when you heard what the nature of the call was and knowing the availability of everybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to get that straight. So you know how important it is, training, right?
Yes.
Protocol, procedures. These are things that are important for you, right?
Correct.
And the department and everyone that works in law enforcement, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, it's so important that it's important to have ongoing training all the time in different areas of your job set, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it starts with your original training when you became a police officer. How long were you in your training to become a?
My basic academy was a total of 17 weeks.
And although you've been away from that for, at the time of this offense and now for, quite a lot of years, but you do too also go to training and keep these skills and procedures updated, correct?
Yes.
All right. And there's a reasons for protocol training of procedures. There are good reasons why you are trained in this and why you should follow it, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you just can't be a cowboy and approach the scene the way you want. You're supposed to approach it through your training skills and protocol and through your supervisor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it's not a trick question. Okay,
I'm just trying to listen to everything you're saying.
that's fine. And if you don't understand me, just let me know, okay? But what I'm saying is, crime scene. There is a training set of guidelines out there that you've been trained on, and everyone else that's in your department or any law enforcement department, a protocol, what to follow, what to do, right?
Correct.
Okay. You wouldn't want someone to walk through a crime scene and tamper with it and alter evidence, right?
No.
Okay. So there's a reason for the procedures on how to handle it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to get back to that. What I'd like to know is, I heard something that you said yesterday, and you were referencing that you felt that you, in your mind, had probable cause that you wanted to get a search warrant. And you said it pretty early in the process of everything. So my question to you is, you formed an opinion that Mr. Kelly might be a suspect in this case, and to the point that it wasn't just suspicious. In your mind, it was enough to get a search warrant, right?
Correct.
Which rises to the next level of probable cause, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like you to educate these jurors on why you thought at that moment that you had probable cause when you made that comment that you were going to get a search warrant.
Your Honor, objection. This has already been ruled on by the court, and
I'm
this
not
is confusing
challenging
for
the-
the jury.
Sorry. I'm not challenging I'm challenging the reasoning that gets us in this court, why he led to the arrest. I don't have a motion to challenge the probable cause. I just want to know why he, who testified yesterday, thought he had enough evidence. What was the evidence?
And Your Honor, I don't think probable cause is the same as a search warrant. Probable cause for a search warrant, I think this is confusing for the jury, and the court's already ruled on all of these issues, the search warrant and the probable cause.
It was his testifying statement.
Overruled, the witness can answer.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so again, the day of January 30th, 2023, I learned about the incident early in the afternoon, 2:30, 3 p.m. And again, at the 100 Sagebrush or 100 Willow Circle, there was reports of an active shooter. That was the report I received. That's the information I had.
Okay, let me ask you something along that line. We'll kind of break this down so you're not speaking in a narrative format. So you have an active shooter. It was at the same location that you're hearing this second call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it true that the victim was Mr. Kelly through, however it got to your department, he was the complainant or the victim in the case, correct?
He was the reporting party initially.
Okay.
Well, no, I will probably make a correction to that. The reporting party to the sheriff's office was United States Border Patrol authorities who had received the call from Mr. Kelly.
Okay, So then that makes him the potential victim, the caller, the complainant.
The complainant and reporting party, yes.
Reporting party was the the one that you directly, your department heard was Border Patrol. But it was about a person complaining of shots being fired at his home, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you learned that Kelly was reporting shots fired on his property, a shot fired on his property, correct?
The report I remember was the complainant reporting he was being fired at and possibly he returned fire.
Possibly going to return fire, right?
Possibly returned fire. Again, the details of the call, I was not present when he called Border Patrol.
So you think, based on the info you got, which you could only account for what you heard, correct?
Correct.
That he had already returned fire, possibly.
Possibly.
So this is forming in your head, right?
Yes.
And so did you anywhere later learn that when he made the call that he hadn't stepped out of his house yet to even try to return fire somewhere?
Those details I don't have, no.
Okay, so you don't know that today? Do you know that now?
I do know that he chased down the group. That's my understanding.
Where did you get Chase?
From the call received, again, that's a call we received from Border Patrol.
Okay. And so we also have a possible change of definition here. Did you later learn that all he did was went in the direction, checked out his barn, checking out his animals? Did you learn that later? Or do you still believe he chased after them? Today, do you believe your information shows that he chased after them?
My information, my belief was that he went after the subjects, yes.
Was that part of your calculation on your determination that Mr. Kelly might have done this?
Again, that's the information I received initially. I did not get any other details contradicting that.
All right. All right, so just a recap of your initial call from earlier and see if there's anything missing, okay? Is that there was an active shooter that he was possibly fired at and returned fire. And then that he went and chased after them. Does that sum up what you heard from the
That's
earlier?
some of the information I heard, yes.
Okay, nothing else is missing. And that's when you arrived at this location at this time, this is in the back of your mind, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What else leads you in this direction? Is there anything about that that makes them guilty?
Could you repeat that question?
Is there anything about that that makes them responsible for committing a crime?
Not referring to the initial call, no, not at that point.
Okay. What happens next that you come to this conclusion?
Again, do you want me to start from the time I received the call on the radio and continue, or?
Whatever formed your opinion that you believe there was enough probable cause to get a search warrant and that he was a suspect in your mind.
But the determination of a search warrant is not made by me.
But you made a comment yesterday about getting them out of the house so you can get a search warrant. And so you already formed that opinion based on your testimony, and I'm trying to figure out why you believe he was a suspect. What other evidence would happen next? You said your earlier events of what you heard. Then you arrive at this scene. Tell me what added to that to make you believe this.
Okay, the search warrant was obtained on probable cause that a crime had been committed at the property. I never made any instruction to any of the deputies to arrest Mr. Kelly as far as being a suspect.
Okay, so it's okay to search a victim's home with a search warrant if the crime is outside at over 100 yards, 115 yards away from the home?
Objection form.
Is that
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Again, I will start to provide the details so the jury can understand why I made that determination during my investigation. So, yes, listening to the previous call, the information received, again, I was working Operation Stone Garden, which is an opportunity that we get as police officers or sheriff deputies to be out there and patrol the areas of the county, which I'm still a peace officer and full authority. I can still make traffic stops, arrests, just be a police officer. So I received a call of another Border Patrol agent. At this point, I don't know who the person was. United States Border Patrol contacts the sheriff's office again, saying that the same individual that had called from 100 Sagebrush or 100 Willow Circle called saying that he had struck something.
Okay, let's talk about that. So you get dispatched to tell you that he had struck something. And so therefore, that sounds like almost a possible confession, right? An omission of shooting someone could be an omission of a crime, correct?
I never heard the word shooting.
Okay, so you had information that says he had struck something. That was the transmission, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you see a bullet hole later, then you put it together that maybe he admitted to shooting.
That was a suspicion I had at that time, yes.
And did you later learn that the actual communication that was taken from the Border Patrol was something may have been struck? Different meaning, isn't it?
I never learned that, no.
Didn't know that?
No.
So right away, you're formed an opinion because of information that wasn't accurate. Would you agree, if that's true?
The information I had, that's the opinion I formed with what I had.
Communication is always important in your job, isn't it?
Yes.
So you add, he had struck something, and add that to a bullet hole, and you might have a suspect. Possible?
I had a crime scene at that point.
Well, and that gives you a possible suspect in your mind, or that didn't faze you at all?
At that point, Mr. Kelly was only an investigative lead. Again, I never said he was a suspect, and he was free to be in the house. Again, we never handcuffed him, we never detained him. I had a crime scene, and we needed to process that crime scene.
Well, do you know that he wasn't allowed in his house when he asked for a jacket or a glass of water?
I wasn't present when he
Okay.
was with the other deputies.
So you can't say that then. You don't know that. You don't know whether he was allowed to be go anywhere.
For safety, I will think he was not allowed to do that.
Okay, so now that makes him not a victim, but a potential suspect, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so all you know now is some poor communications and that there's a man about 115 yards away from this house with that's dead, deceased, with a bullet hole, correct?
Objection form and argumentative.
Overruled.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so what else formed your opinion? You were moving along with that.
Again, I heard the call about the person calling back that he, again, the information I received was that he had struck something. And based on the earlier call of an active shooter, the complainant, Mr. Kelly, was also found carrying a rifle during the interaction the deputies had with him on the previous call. And I was in the area of Highway 82 by the airport, which is pretty close to the Keno Springs residential area. Being that we had reports of an active shooter earlier, now we have somebody claiming someone was struck. The closest deputy was myself and Deputy Rafael Lopez. Again, one of my jobs and my duties is to preserve life and property.
Well,
So,
let me stop you there because you had information someone was struck. It was, he had struck something. Let's just make it clear. That was your information.
yes,
Okay. So that changes the tone of that. I just want to make sure the jurors understand why you think this versus what was the real communication that was provided originally from a Border Patrol agent by the name of Jeremy.
okay.
Okay? All right. So you get out there.
Correct. I respond, being that I'm one of the closest units. I do not remember where the other deputies were or where the actual patrol sergeant at that point was at. So myself and Deputy Lopez respond. Deputy Lopez was a lot closer than I was, so he got there first. We make...
Okay, let me hold you right there. I'm going to break this down so keeping you from doing a narrative, okay? All right, I'm supposed to ask a question, you're supposed to answer. It's a procedure.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So the fact that he had a gun earlier, and you don't know that he was in the house when a shot was fired, but my question is, do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Kelly is not allowed to have his weapon on him, especially on his property? Is there any law violation?
No, not that I know.
And if there was danger out there, including, I would assume, wouldn't it be just a proper procedure if you are a person that believes in defending yourself to be able to do that, correct?
Could you repeat the question again?
Grabbing a gun to protect him and his wife, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, is there?
No.
Okay. And you would do the same for you and your family, wouldn't you?
To protect my family?
Yes.
Yes.
And grab a gun if you needed it, if you felt that the danger rose to that level of defense needed. Hearing a shooting, hearing a bullet outside your door is a lawful reason to grab your gun to defend yourself, correct?
Your Honor, it calls for a legal conclusion.
He understands this.
He understands it. I think he does. So-
Still an okay.
To answer your specific question?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, if you have deadly force, you could use deadly force if needed, correct? In defending yourself.
All right, I'm going to, that isn't improper.
Okay. I'll withdraw that question. So I'm just saying that you have to make observations when people do actions on whether they violate the law. And I'm looking from your law enforcement perspective that there is nothing wrong with defending yourself and having your gun on you. Is that correct?
Having a gun is not a crime. No.
Okay. And if you, and I'm just saying, if there's danger out there, that makes it more reasonable that a person would have their gun on them, correct? If you know there's danger out there, is there anything unreasonable about grabbing your gun to protect yourself in event something
there's
happens?
not, no.
Okay. Now, being on a ranch, it's also reasonable that there's a lot of natural things that could harm you from the terrain, like wild animals, snakes, things like that, that having a gun on you would be okay, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is Arizona allows guns, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Stop a second. I'm going to give a limiting instruction to the jury. So we're talking about some legal concepts with these questions. These questions are being allowed not to instruct you on the law. That's my job. These questions are being allowed because, as I understand it, the line of questioning, correct me if I'm wrong, but the line of questioning is directed towards the information that the witness had that led him to take the actions that he took later. All right? Is that fair to say?
That's accurate, Your Honor.
So we're not instructing you on the law, but that'll be my job at the end of the case. The questions are just designed to elicit testimony about the reasons why the witness took whatever actions he took in the future in connection with this investigation. All right?
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Sorry to interrupt, but
No, I understand.
I thought it was an appropriate instruction on this.
Thank you, Judge. So, and I'm just saying, if someone says they have a gun, by itself, I'm just trying to show that you're coming up with reasons as to why you formed your opinion, and I'm trying to maybe add it all together is why you did, but I'm just trying to get there. So, moving along with the fact
Your
that,
objection to counsel testifying,
Well, I think she just repeated basically what I just said, so in a different way, so. But anyway, let's
moving along.
move to some questions.
Yes, sir. So what's the next thing that raised your concerns that he was the suspect, and it rose to the level of becoming the suspect?
Okay, so again, I arrived at the property and make contact with Mr. Kelly. He then told us that there was a dead person in his property, made comments about that being a problem for him. He didn't want any trouble. And then we proceeded to the location where the person was found deceased.
Was he cooperative?
He was.
Okay. Would you agree finding a deceased person on your property would be very alarming?
Could be.
Would you agree, knowing what might have happened earlier, and then later, all of a sudden there's a dead body, would rise that concern even greater?
It could.
Assuming he did nothing, okay? Showing no guilt to this at all, would it be fair to say it would be reasonable for him to be very concerned and trying to help you come to other alternatives why there's a dead man on his property? Is there anything unreasonable about that?
I will be guessing at that point. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
But you yesterday said that he was offering all these excuses to you, alternatives, as if he was concerned and very bothered by it, whatever your terminology was, and I can look back at my notes, but you did testify to that yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did, and one of the things that also made me suspect that he was nervous and trying to excuse something is that instead of calling 911 to render aid, he called Border Patrol, which will delay the response, and there's miscommunication and things of that nature. So that's another thing that also I found to believe suspicious.
Okay. He is a rancher that's been there, I don't know, a decade, whatever amount of time. And Border Patrol, the liaison program has, would you agree, has probably reached out to all the ranchers along the border to say, we're here for you, correct?
Correct.
And he's regularly discussing the trespassers and the environment of trespassers around in their communications with each other over these years, correct? Possible?
I will be guessing. I don't know what type of contact they have.
Okay. Well, would it be unreasonable to think that might have happened?
Your
Again-
Honor, calls for speculation, objection.
Overall.
Keep going, please.
Again, I don't know what type of contact the liaisons have with the ranchers at all.
They are law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. They come with guns, correct?
Correct.
And cars, patrol cars, correct?
Yes.
Okay. They have a jurisdiction along the border, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It may overlap a little bit of the sheriff's department area, and then you guys have your rules about who does what, correct? Jurisdiction-wise. Their territory overlaps your territory as a sheriff. Would you agree to that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so the duties may be divided based on which one falls under which event that's happening, but that's something that you two work out on your own on who has jurisdiction if there's a common area. Correct?
Among agencies?
Yes, absolutely. The
Yes.
Border Patrol and Sheriff.
Yes.
Okay. And so Mr. Kelly called law enforcement, had a number on his card on his refrigerator, and was most comfortable getting a cell phone directly for help. And you find that to be concerning?
I find it suspicious, yes.
Okay, so he called law enforcement, and you think sheriffs will get out there faster? Would it surprise you that Border Patrol showed up earlier on the earlier incident versus the sheriff?
Would it surprise me?
Yes.
No, they got the call first.
Okay, and so you can't sit there and say to this courtroom right now that you would have always responded quicker. That's not necessarily true. Correct?
I never said that, no.
Okay. So it's suspicious that he called law enforcement. That's what you're telling the jurors today, right?
Again, a common citizen will usually call 911 immediately.
A border common citizen may be trained a little bit different. Did it occur to you that way?
Again, I can't speak about that. I'll be guessing, ma'am.
Go ahead with your reasoning. What's the next thing that you thought was?
Okay, proceeded to where the body was located. Once the body was found, the position of the body, the injury or wound to the body, the position of the body in reference to the location of the Kelly residence.
Okay, let's talk about the positioning. So yesterday you testified that his right side was facing the house. Is that what you're talking about?
The right side, yes.
Did it occur to you that this is just a bleeding wound? In other words, wasn't a hit in the brain. It was something in the right side that came out in the chest, which you later learn as you examine the body, correct?
Can you repeat that question again?
That this entrance and exit was just in the flesh. It wasn't something that would be like the brain, correct? And that he was bleeding internally, most likely. Would that be fair?
I did not see injuries to the brain, no.
Okay. Why? Is because when people are bleeding out versus being shut down completely with their brain and the stems, the spine or something that decapitated someone, did it occur to you that this person took steps, walked, was trying to go to the house maybe to get help? Did it occur to you that just because he fell down in one direction didn't mean that's how he was hit?
No, it did not.
Okay. So what in your training says that you don't take a couple steps and fall over a different way, or fall backwards, or walk a half a block until you can't survive anymore? What part of your training says that doesn't happen? It's not a trick question. Where have you been trained to form the opinion, I'm going to reword it, that just because he took a bullet, that he dropped in the position of where the bullet came from?
During some of the training I've received, and I believe this goes back to firearms, there's instructors who are well-trained and more experienced than I am, who have made comments during instruction that, per se, a training of a sniper, they get trained where they usually are trained to aim for the brain, it's our computer, and will definitely stop somebody's body from any sort of movement. And there's also a comment made by instructors during training that snipers are also trained to aim for the heart, because the moment they strike the heart, there's arteries in the heart that will stop or cease movement completely. Being that I saw the body, I saw a round on the side, what I believe at that point to be an entry wound. I did believe that the round could have struck the heart, which would have completely ceased movement on the subject.
Okay, so I'm going to go out here in the well of the courtroom, and I will speak up, Judge. the sniper is out where the jurors are, okay?
Correct.
And I get shot towards my back side of my body, just like the scenario here, okay? And feeling the pain, I do this and fall down. Now my body's turned. What makes you think that could not have happened?
Again, I will be guessing. My determination was based on what I observed at the scene. I did not see anything else.
You only saw a hole pointing at a house, but you have nothing about this by itself shows that that's the direction of the shooter.
Again, based on what I observed, my belief was that the round or projectile that came and struck the decedent or victim came from the direction of the house. That was my belief based on my observations.
There was testimony from a witness that he was on the back, laying on his back. Did you move him?
Who was on his back? I'm sorry.
The decedent.
No, I did not move him, and he was face down.
Okay, just wanted to get that in. So what else formed this opinion? Moving with your other points that drew your conclusion.
Again, I based my opinion on the totality of all those points that we're hitting on, not just one of them individually. I will not make a determination based on just one of them. I added everything, and my suspicion was that the person that was deceased at the property, he died because of a homicide. At that point, that property became a crime scene. Even though the person was outside the fence line, Mr. Kelly did say that he owned acreage or different acres of that property. So at that point, we were standing on his property, which I believe needed to be seized for further investigation based on the search warrant that will later be obtained by detectives.
You know, Sergeant, I have no problem with investigation. I have no problem with you wanting to follow up. And I'm going to get to a question, I
Your Honor,
promise.
objection form.
I'll get a question.
Sustained.
Would you agree suspicion does not rise to the level of getting arrested? That it only arises to an investigation?
Suspicion, could you repeat that question?
The level of suspicion does not rise to arresting someone, only rises to the level of investigation.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for a legal conclusion.
All right, remember the limiting instruction I gave you a few minutes ago. This is not an instruction on what the law is. If there's any issue about what the law is now in this trial or what happened before, that would be something for me to decide. Again, the limiting instruction, which I'll repeat, this is not to inform you about what the law is. This is only questions designed to obtain information from this witness about the basis for the decisions that he made.
Proceed with the answers.
Yes, please.
If you remember the question.
Suspicion.
So, yes, in my understanding,
Excuse me one second. So the objection's overruled. I'm sorry.
in my understanding, reasonable suspicion would allow me to detain and seize. Probable cause is what will allow me to search. That is my understanding, if that's
Okay.
the question you're asking.
Suspicion allows you to investigate. You agree with that, right?
Suspicion allows me to detain and investigate further, yes.
Okay. But it does not necessarily rise to the level of arrest or search. You need more.
Suspicion, merely suspicion, no.
Okay. So you just said, your words were, and I was using yours, you had suspicion. Okay? I will agree, you had suspicion, okay? So I'm trying to get you to...
Sustained.
Sorry.
We don't need counsel's, whether you agree or not.
Yes, sir.
Or your opinions, just ask questions, please.
Yes, sir. So I'm trying to get you to what took you to the next step that allows your department, in your mind as a supervisor, also on the scene, one of the first officers on the scene, what rises to the next level of search that happened and/or arrest of Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly?
So based on what happened in the decisions I made was, again, I had suspicion that a crime had been committed. At that point, I believed that I had authority to seize the property, which is detain. I never instructed to arrest Mr. Kelly. That is incorrect. I never instructed for Mr. Kelly to be arrested. Now, the probable cause to search the home, that came after, which was not determined by me.
Okay, so nothing you've observed rises to that level at this time?
To the level
Of search or arrest? That wasn't in your determination at the scene?
the determination was to detain and seize the property pending a search, which was not made by me, no.
Who made the decision at the scene to search and get a search warrant, get Mrs. Kelly out of the house and get a search warrant, and to arrest? Whose decision?
Again, the decision was not made to search, it was made to seize the property until a search warrant was obtained, later search the property.
Okay,
No
so,
decision was made to search anyone.
okay, so you seized the property. When and who made the decision to arrest the Kellys?
The decision was made after by the Criminal Investigations Division. That's who decided what.
So do you know the name of the person?
I don't.
You don't know who did?
Again, there's a few detectives who made the decision to make the arrest. I am not aware of that.
Let's talk about, you were not there with the criminal, you said the criminal investigation part of it. You're not a crime scene investigator, is that right? You are at this time, do not have the role as a crime scene investigator. People were called to come with that, right?
Other resources were called in, yes.
Okay. Your job at this time was administrative sergeant, not a crime scene investigator, correct?
I am an investigator anytime I'm on duty, ma'am.
Okay. So then you know proper protocol and procedures of doing a crime scene, correct?
Correct.
Let's get some photos into evidence first, if you don't mind. And just for the record, may I approach this witness? I'm going to show you XX, defense XX. These are the same photos that were on the disc from yesterday, but printed. Some of them, a lot of them printed, okay? So it should be real easy. If you don't mind just flipping through each one, verifying it's the same type of photos, but now on hard copy. Keeping the order if you can.
Do you want me to go over all of them?
Look at all of them. They're all marked as one. Yeah, just flip them over so they stay in
Your
the
Honor,
same.
can I approach to see the exhibit?
Yes.
And I would just recommend that you just turn
This one? Okay.
So if I understand what the exhibit is purported to be, anyway, these are hard copy photographs of the photographs that we were presented yesterday before the
Yes,
jury.
on the disc. But there are evidence.
But they're not in the same order I observed yesterday,
Not
right?
order,
Okay.
no order. Just verify that you could identify all these photos.
So while they're doing that, let's go ahead. We'll talk a little bit about photographs, just to fill the time a little bit. Photographs can be admitted into evidence. This is just in general. Does not have to be. It used to be you had to produce the person who took the photograph. You took this photograph, took it on such and such a date and time. and so forth. Well, the rules of evidence evolved and changed. Photographs can be introduced. It doesn't have to be the person who took the photograph. Anyone can look at a photograph, and if they can say this is a true and accurate representation of what I know or what I saw that day, it can come in. So, for example, if I showed any one of you a photograph of one of your parents or grandparents, even though someone else took the photograph, you didn't take it, but you knew what your grandmother looked like or you knew what your grandfather looked like at that point in time, you can lay the foundation for the admission of the photograph. All right? So with that brief, but probably largely irrelevant instruction on the law, having filled the time, looks like we're now ready to go.
And, Your Honor, I just want to make sure
When we have more
that-
time, I'll talk more about hearsay. Okay.
I just want to make sure that what we've just looked at is actually what's getting moved to.
You can go look at it.
Marking the one you pulled off had this.
By the way, in that line, when we're doing that, it's not a problem now, but down the road with AI, artificial intelligence, we're all really worried about that because that's going to have the capability of manufacturing a photograph that can be completely fabricated with no ability to determine whether or not that's really an accurate photograph. That artificial intelligence is going to, not there yet. Hopefully it evolves to that, when it evolves to that point in time where those kind of things happen, I will be retired and I won't have to deal with that. But it is a problem, you know, it's qualitatively different technology that can really cause a lot of problems in a courtroom, for example, because we have to be sure everything's authentic, you know. So, something else to look forward to about the future.
Thank Your Honor for that brief break to get Exhibit XX. The witness has looked at all the photos. Do these accurately depict recognizable crime scene photos that you either took or assisted with concerning this case? And the location of the body?
Correct.
Okay. At this time, I would like to enter into evidence Defense XX.
Your Honor, I don't have any objection to the admission of the photographs. However, some of them are of very poor quality and have strips of color throughout them, and I'm concerned that they may misrepresent the photographs. So long as the jurors have the CD so they can look at the actual digital photos, I'm not going to object, but I do have some concerns that those misrepresent.
Permission to publish, and if
Well,
there's a...
hold on. So the CD, we admitted that into evidence yesterday. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let me just say, when you go back to the jury room at the close of the case for your deliberations, as I've said before, you'll have all the exhibits. Some of them will withhold, like the firearm and so forth, but we can make arrangements if you want to see that. But you'll have the CD. We'll set you up with a clean laptop computer, and you can look at those that were admitted yesterday, and if there are some of these which I understand, haven't seen them, but I understand to be just hard copies of what you saw on the CD. You can look at them both, and if there's any discrepancies, you can resolve them for yourselves. So with that caveat, Exhibit XX is admitted. And you can go forward and publish to the jury.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, and we've been very careful about the photographs, and I'm concerned that they're getting mixed together. Perhaps if we could staple them or something. There's lots of photos over there. I've had to sort out 3 times which ones the witness did not indicate he was. So I'm just concerned that we
Thank you.
have the ones we've agreed to and that they're separated.
I have
That's why I had you step up to look.
I did, but
that's
now
what-
she's
I
mixing
have
them
folders. They're separated.
Well, I assume you want to publish them, so I assume you're going to put them one by one.
Yes, and so I don't want to staple them. I unstaple them, to be honest. So I would like to enter some more photos, but I have them separated. Okay, so until I do that, I appreciate a little more confidence. May I approach the witness again?
All right. Why don't you show them, just again, right now, what you're going to show right now, just flash them by Ms. Hunley, so she... Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Let me show you the fence NN. Can you identify these photos? Put them
Now,
over?
are these additional photos?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I
I'm
got
just
it.
trying to get them all in, then I'll start publishing.
All right. And then.
And do these accurately depict the wallet from the deceased?
Yes.
Your Honor, no objection with the same caveat that the photos are not of great quality and may be misleading.
The same caveat, that means condition. Exhibit NN is admitted.
Okay.
But these are also on the CD?
Yes, they are, Your Honor.
Same thing, you'll have the CD.
Could I have the evidence from yesterday brought out?
Well, which in particular?
The backpack, the wallet, all the evidence that was out here. I asked them to make sure.
Where is it? Is it over? Okay.
I'm just trying to get prepared before I start going to my questions.
Your Honor, I'm sure Detective Ainsa would be happy to help with the evidence if you'd like.
Very well, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so let's talk about hearsay, okay. You want to learn what hearsay is or no? Okay, and again, these are the court's rulings. I make the rulings on hearsay, but you're hearing something a lot. I assume you're kind of interested in what it is. So the official definition, legal definition of hearsay is a statement by an out-of-court declarant in court that is brought into court and offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. All right, so let's talk about, for instance, the assassination of President Kennedy, November 22nd, 1963, distant history. Let's say there's a trial of Lee Harvey Oswald. He didn't get killed. He's in court. He's on trial for killing the president. I'm there, and I'm testifying as a witness. Question, Mr. Fink, do you know who killed President Kennedy? Yes, I do. All right. How do you know? That's foundation, remember? How do you know? I know because my cousin was there, and he told me. Well, my cousin's not an in-court declarant. He's an out-of-court declarant. And my basis for what I know is what he told me. I wasn't there. Now I'm going to say Oswald killed President Kennedy because my cousin told me, who was there, supposedly, and out of court, and that's offered to prove the truth that Oswald killed President Kennedy. That's hearsay, because I don't have personal knowledge. The only basis for my knowledge, somebody who's an out-of-court declarant told me that's what happened, and now I'm bringing his out-of-court statement into court, offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So that's an example of hearsay. We're still working on this. All right. Now, If it's not offered to prove the truth, then it's not hearsay, all right? So, we had some examples of that in this case, all right? So we allowed some testimony about, for example, what a law enforcement officer did and the next steps he or she took based upon an out-of-court declarance statement. So let's say dispatch calls puts out something on the airwaves and says, you know, Oswald killed Kennedy, all right? Go find Oswald, all right? Well, maybe Oswald did or didn't kill Kennedy, but if it's brought into court and the officer says, when I heard that, this is what I did, and that's the basis for what I did, then usually a judge will say that's admissible. It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, that Oswald killed Kennedy. Could be totally wrong, but it's the basis for what the officer did. So we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. It's solely offered as an explanation for what the next steps that the officer took. And I think we had some of that in this particular case. So if it's not offered to prove the truth, it's offered for another reason, explain why they did what they did, then it can come in. But jurors can't consider it for the truth because it's not offered for that purpose. This is a big topic. I'm just trying to fill some time here. But just trying to keep you engaged and interested and maybe give a little education about things that you're hearing, you know, on a regular basis in the courtroom. All right, are we ready to go? Yes, I'm running out of material here, so that's and I'm in dangerous territory. Law school was like 40 years ago.
Thank you for that interruption. Just wanted to get things in so we can move along from this point. Now, when you go to the academy, one of the major areas that you learn and rely upon currently is crime scene and crime scene protection, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your training, and I do have the training manual if you need a refresher or anything, and it's entered, I mean, it's marked for evidence, okay? And it's the Arizona Peace Officer Standards Training, Basic Curriculum Model, Lesson Plan, that type of thing, okay? So I know you go back a long ways, but you have had continued education in this area, correct? Crime scene protection.
I might have. I just remember when.
So do you think you forgot everything you were supposed to do?
No.
Okay, so you do know the protocols, the training, and the procedures that's required of you at a crime scene.
Yes.
Because if a crime scene is altered, it could affect someone's life, couldn't it?
Yes.
I mean, people could be falsely accused, correct?
Correct.
Or a real suspect could have gotten away because of it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's very important, right? And correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so in theory, the first officer, after determining, sizing up what's going on and determining their safety is always important, right?
Yes.
And then injury, if there's injury, then that would be the next important thing, correct?
Yes.
If someone's hurt, then you would want to render aid, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes that could affect entering a crime scene location, correct?
Yes.
Now, the crime scene location in this situation is one where there's a body, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's about 115 yards out from Mr. Kelly's house, correct? Due east.
Yes.
All right. But then there's potential other areas that could have been crime scene in this case. What would they be? Where else in this area was there potentially something should be noted as a crime scene?
The area surrounding the property, the actual house, the structure.
Okay. Did you take the time to ask Mr. Kelly what happened on that first call?
No, I did not.
So you just get this information that wasn't necessarily accurate information and relied on that and did not go back to Mr. Kelly and say, tell me what happened earlier, and that led up to the officers leaving. You didn't even get that story, correct?
No, my priority was to get to the person.
Well, once you got to the person and they're deceased, your priority could have gone back to gather more information before you formed an opinion, correct?
I needed to remain with the body, ma'am.
You dismissed another officer that was standing over the body when there, and could have remained there while you gathered more information since you were more trained than the other officer, correct?
I believe that Mr. Kelly could have been interviewed by another, possibly a detective at this point. I did not feel the need to interview him there and there.
You
By
didn't
me,
feel the need.
not by me.
Okay, but you made a pretty 5-page report, pretty detailed of your opinion that excluded the other side of the story, correct?
I documented the facts of my observations, not opinions.
Right. But your job is to investigate. So once you have safety and, security and no medical needs, urgent needs, you're to assess the crime scene and its location, correct?
Correct.
And the only way to find out the locations of the crime scene to protect it would be to gather information, correct?
Could you repeat that question again?
The only way, after the emergency stuff is done, now your job is to go into crime scene mode, correct?
Once, like you said, once the scene is secure and everything is under control, I have time to make decisions to, do I wait? Do I gather more information at this point? I did not think speaking to Mr. Kelly at that point was a priority until detectives arrived.
So what you missed in assessing the situation was the locations of the possible crime scenes. You only focused on one location, the body, correct? Is that true, sir?
I repeat that question.
Okay.
It's kind of confusing.
Your only location for a crime scene that you took the time to assess was the location of the body, correct?
It was the location surrounding the body. Again, the house, the structure, was also a crime scene. However, I can only be at one place at a time. So my focus was the body at that point. Somebody else was taking care of the house.
Why would you know the house is a crime scene?
I already mentioned that I believe that the projectile that struck the decedent came from the direction of the house.
So the projectile, so now you form the opinion he did it.
I
And
said it came from the location of the house.
part of assessing a scene is to talk to witnesses at the location, correct?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Correct?
Repeat the question, please.
Part of assessing a situation as you roll into a situation is to, after you do all those other things we talked about, is to gather witnesses to the scene, correct?
Correct.
So you excluded him as a potential witness by not talking to him, isn't that correct?
Again, I didn't think he was going to be interviewed by me. I knew that detectives were underway and they will conduct a more proper interview and investigation.
So, had you talked to him and he told you he shot up in the air in a different direction, maybe you would have located casings on the ground by the house and you could have protected that area as a crime scene, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
Sustain. Break it down.
Break it down. Had you learned what Mr. Kelly had to say by talking to him as a witness, isn't it true you could have learned that he shot his rifle towards a different direction, he would have told you, at 5 subjects running, he would have told you, and he would have been able to tell you where he did it. Isn't that true? If you had talked to him, you could have learned that, correct?
I think we're at the same objection compound, Your Honor. There's
No,
multiple.
You can answer that. Overruled.
It's a long question. Repeat it, please.
Had you talked to Mr. Kelly, you would have learned that the gun that he shot in the air and that there was another location that was called a crime scene.
I will be
Objection, Your
guessing
Honor.
what his statement would have been, ma'am.
If you asked him to show you, you wouldn't have been guessing, sir. Isn't that true?
Again, I will be guessing what his response would have been.
Your job is not to be in a guessing mode, but to gather information and make notes on that information, not to interpret it completely until you have all the facts. You didn't gather those facts, so you missed out on a location that would be called a crime scene location, where the casings were.
That would have been a search which I had no authority to search the property.
Sir, he would have been possibly, because you don't know, he would have showed you where he was standing if you just asked him. Isn't that true?
Objection, Your Honor. That is completely inappropriate.
Calls for speculation about what the defendant would have done, so that's sustained.
Could you have missed out on the fact that he would have told you where he was when he shot his rifle?
I would have been guessing, ma'am. That's speculation. I don't want to speculate.
Okay, guessing what, sir?
Guessing his response or his behavior after
Because you...
something that didn't happen.
Thank
I
you.
never asked him.
Because you failed to interview a witness,
I
correct?
decided not to interview.
Yes.
I decided not
That's
to interview.
good. So you decided the only thing important was to stay out in the body, and you know Mr. Kelly is the one that took you there, correct?
Yes.
And it was starting to get dark enough that he hung a flashlight on the tree so he could make sure he could show you where that location was, correct?
Correct.
He did that on his own. No one told him to do that, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when the willingness of you and I believe the other officer, who you said was who?
Rafael Lopez.
Officer Lopez or Deputy Lopez, you both walked out with Mr. Kelly, correct, to the location.
Yes.
Now, when you were talking to him originally, were you up close to the house?
We were close to the house, yes.
And so he had to take you around the fence lines, because there is barbed wire fence between the house and where the body was located, correct?
Yes.
And he had to take you around it through the gate to get you into that area where he showed you with the flashlight and the location of the body, correct?
Yes.
And that was pretty smart of him to hang that to be able to show it. I mean, right? It was helpful.
It was helpful, yes.
So he's being helpful. Correct?
Yes.
He's being forthright, but you don't ask him again what else he knows.
Objection, compound, Your Honor.
Strike that, Your Honor. But you do note the things that he does know without asking why. That one of them was, you said yesterday, that he knew that the body...
Let's interrupt this thing. It's 10 o'clock. We've been going for an hour and 15 minutes. We'll take our 30-minute mid-morning recess. We'll come back at 10:30. We'll be in recess until 10:30.
Please rise, por favor.
Thank you, everyone. All right, we can bring in the jurors. We're just a little delayed. The jury commissioner was talking to the jurors, had some questions about, compensation and needed some paperwork, excuses from work, so he took care of that.
As long as this trial's taken, their employer might forget who they are.
We have a new law in Arizona just passed. Jurors used to be paid $6 a day. I think it was $6 a day. 12? $12. Oh, okay. Excuse me. 12. Big dip. And now they're eligible for compensation for verifiable proof of lost income. So,
A certain amount.
Please
well,
rise.
we haven't reached that issue, fortunately. I don't think so, no. Everyone, please be seated. We're back on the record. All jurors are present, as are counsel and the defendant. The witness is coming back up to the witness stand. Good? Yes. All right, thank you. You may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I was about to ask a question, I believe, on, you noted that you felt it was strange that Alan, Mr. Kelly, knew the body had rigor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, which I think you go on to think, well, he must have touched the body or something, or whatever. That was your concern, or the fact
Correct.
that he knew it, or what? Was
Is
it the
that two
fact?
questions or one? I'm sorry.
Was it the fact that he knew it that bothered you? That he said it? That the body had rigor?
It didn't bother me, no.
Okay, but you put it in the report.
Yes,
Why?
because that made me believe that he had examined the body.
Okay? If you find a person that appears to be injured or deceased and not know it, even if he did, which I don't think there's anything to say that he did, but wouldn't it be a good Samaritan to see if you need to render aid? Medical assistance.
Repeat the question.
Is there anything wrong with trying to make sure this person's dead versus alive so you can render aid if needed?
No.
Okay. Well, just thought it was odd that you wrote that in your report. You don't think so?
No.
Okay. Because you can look and tell sometimes. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, because you noted you observed rigor in the jaw. Did you? You didn't say you touched the jaw. You observed it. That means you saw it, correct?
No, I said there was rigor or rigidity in the jaw when I checked for a pulse, so I had to touch him.
In the jaw or the neck when you were touching to?
Again, I touched the neck and felt his cheek, which was cold and rigid.
Well, let's talk about your procedures as you go into the crime scene. And you remember we talked about, I mean, you do have to render aid if it's needed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you need to determine whether it is needed, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to kind of break down some of the information you provided. Tell me if it's accurate. You noticed that the body was not breathing, correct?
Yes.
And you could tell because the chest rises and goes up and down if it's breathing, if you take the moment to observe, correct? Possibly.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming you could circle around the body if you were looking for a face or anything. I mean, you don't have to stand, at one point by the feet or whatever. You were looking at the body, correct?
Yes.
And the first thing you note is that the face is sunk into the dirt, correct?
Yes.
So that's where you breathe, the nose and mouth, right?
Correct.
And that seems to be buried in a sandy dirt, correct?
Yes.
And so it's sunken in, is what you said, so that makes it very difficult for someone to breathe, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that the person's right hand was tucked in front of his chest, correct?
Correct.
So how do you know, if I'm going to stand up at my chair, how do you know at that time it was tucked in towards the chest versus laying down towards the groin?
I can't explain why, but I saw it inside his body, in front of his chest. If somebody's laying down, the angle back here will be very different if the person would have been touching his groin.
So you're saying, as I turn my back to you, that you could tell from this position to this position where my hand is?
Again, the way that the body was positioned and the location of his arm is not exactly as you're showing it. I can tell you that when I approached, I knew that his arm was not to his groin, was to his chest.
Now, you said you noticed blood on the right side of the person's back, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to be starting to use the Elmo. And this is coming from a group already marked, Defense 00. So I'm going to show you a couple different photos from this grouping. Okay. And all I could do is show you what photos were taken. That's all I have to work with. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. But from this photo, you don't see any blood, correct?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm not clear whether we're publishing this to the jury or not yet.
Oh, this is evidence marked already?
Oh, you said it's admitted.
Yes, sir.
right.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Did I
I
say
just-
marked? I meant to say admitted.
Good enough.
Okay, thank you for checking on me.
You have that? All right,
Okay,
you can go ahead.
and everyone can see. All right, so from this position, we don't see blood, correct?
No.
In the same grouping, another photo from the same exhibit. And in this photo, we don't really see blood, do we?
No.
And these two photos I just showed you is him face down, correct?
Pardon me?
Those two photos I just showed you was him face down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me know if you can't hear me. The same in this photo, we don't see blood, correct?
No blood.
Now, isn't it true that where the blood was kind of where the fanny pack was, correct? On the right side.
The blood was on the right side of the body, yes.
And that's where the fanny pack was located, correct?
Yes.
And once you moved the fanny pack, then you could see the blood. Isn't that true?
I never moved the fanny pack.
Showing again, same exhibit, pointing out to the right side, the fanny pack. And isn't that when that blood was observed at that point in time that Mr. Kelly's response was in identification, oh, isn't that blood in helping you locate the blood?
Not from that angle and not at that time.
How do you know he didn't mean that? Sorry, how did you know he didn't mean that? Like, there's blood. Isn't that blood? To help you locate the blood.
I don't understand your question. asking me to guess on his.
But you did guess
Intention.
yesterday and told us that you thought it was weird that he, having medical experience, would question the blood. Maybe it wasn't a question, but a pointing out to you where the blood was. Is that possible?
Okay, but you're referring to a picture that does not relate to the moment I saw the blood, which I don't see the relation between that picture you showed me and the time he told me that there was blood on the person.
Okay, thank you for your opinion on that. So you're here to testify you didn't move the fanny pack to locate the blood.
I did not move the fanny pack to locate the blood.
So you, noticing rigor, and you check for a pulse, the first location was in the neck, correct?
Yes,
You did not find a pulse.
I did not.
So you got a man face down in the sand, and you don't have pulse, and you notice rigor in the jaw.
Yes,
And when does rigor set in?
after death.
So is it sort of fair at this point that you could believe this man was dead?
I started believing that he was dead, yes.
So you're doubting whether you had rigor, or you do believe you had rigor?
There's no doubt that rigor or rigidity was starting to set in, but again, we're talking about a human life, and I just wanted to make sure that the person was not trying or unconscious and giving him a chance of maybe living. But
Okay, but
again, I didn't want to. I wanted to give him an opportunity to make sure that the person was not breathing or alive. It's a human life I'm talking about.
The subject's left cheek area felt cold to touch. Another confirmation that this man has already died. Is that correct?
Yes.
I also checked for a pulse in the subject's left arm.
Yes.
The hands were cold to touch, and no pulse was found. Correct?
Correct.
I tried to move the body and noticed that rigor was slightly present in the upper extremities. Correct?
Your Honor, objection, improper reading of the witness's police report. He hasn't said that disagreed. If she wants to impeach him, she just needs to do it properly.
I'm just asking if this is true with the steps he went through.
Overruled. You can answer.
Go ahead, sir.
Could you repeat it again?
Yes, that you tried to move the body and noticed that rigor was slightly present in the upper extremities. Is that true?
I tried to lift the body after I checked pulse on the arm, which was the next location. I tried to check for any signs of life.
To the degree that you moved the body and also noticed a pool of blood under the person's chest and face, correct?
Yes.
Sir, do you realize that you're tampering with a crime scene?
No, I don't.
Is your crime scene investigators there at that time?
Again, at that point, I'm trying to ascertain or make sure that if the person is actually not living. My concern is this person dead? One of the reasons is because when I touched the torso or the shoulder to move him, he was still warm to the touch, which is an indication of a recent death.
Okay, the point is death, and you now confirming way back a few steps ago that this man had died. You should have, is it true, you should have backed off and just protected this crime scene.
Again, I'm trying to render aid, make sure the person is dead. Once I confirm that, I called and pronounced the person deceased, and I moved away from the person or the body at that point.
You noticed the blood under his chest and face. That means you had to move this body in a way in order to observe that. Isn't it true?
As I testified before, it was no more than 3 inches off the ground, so I could see the left side of his chest. That was enough for me to tell that there was a pool of blood underneath him.
You also note, while examining the body, I noticed what appeared to be an entry point. So, sir, we have a backpack on this man, and it was up high, but you're moving things around in order to determine an entry point, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think this is confusing because are you talking about the chest or are you talking about the back?
Entry point was the question.
Oh, entry point.
Just so I can clarify, your question is, did I move the backpack in order for me to see the wound on the right side of the back?
Yes.
No, I did not.
So the backpack was always located at a higher point, correct?
Yes, because I saw the hole or perforation in the fabric even before I touched the body as I approached from the right side.
And when you found the bullet hole entry wound, this is when you suspected Mr. Kelly as being the suspect to this death, correct?
I suspected that whatever struck the victim came from the direction of the Kelly residence.
So I'm going to go back to your training, okay? There was a lot of contact with confirmation at every level saying this man was dead. You would agree. You had many chances to confirm rigor, temperature, lack of breathing, lack of pulse, correct? You observed all of that, correct?
I checked for pulse, no pulse. I checked for on both neck and forearm or arm, no pulse. If you said a lot of chances, I'm not too sure what you're trying to imply.
Well, the moment that you realized you could not render aid, your training, sir, is to back away and protect this crime scene, correct?
As soon as I pronounced the person, I backed away and did not touch him again.
It was not your job to investigate this body and turn it around and move it around.
I did not move it around. Or at what point are we talking about the moment I arrived or after doing the processing of the scene?
I'm just looking at what you wrote, and so I can question you about it. And you had further examination, and you're touching and checking out the body.
Again, I was trying to make sure the person was not alive.
Okay. Yesterday you talked about the left shoulder and that you did something to that left, you touched that left shoulder.
I did touch him, yes.
Okay, explain that part of it again. I wanted to hear what you said yesterday.
Again, the person is facing down. He's not breathing. I don't see any movement or rise in the torso or chest, or in this case, back. I am thinking this person's not breathing. Yes, I have the reporting party claiming that he's dead, but I have to make sure that that person is not only unconscious. So I check for pulse. I don't find a pulse, neck, arm. When you see a dead individual or somebody unconscious, I am not gonna stand there and say, you're probably dead. I am not gonna help you.
So what'd you do with the left shoulder?
Again, I grabbed the shoulder. I lifted the shoulder no more than 3 inches because I couldn't see his face. And as soon as I saw blood on the ground and part of his face, I let him go because at that point I said, there's no way I am gonna help him. He's dead. Was there maybe doubt between the moment I touched him to the moment I touched his shoulder? Probably. I was doubting that maybe I was not, it was cold, it was January, maybe I'm doubting myself, maybe he's not dead. But once I saw the amount of blood and I put 2 and 2 together, again, I'm making a split-second decision here. Do I continue or do I call this a dead person?
Did you have your gloves on?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I hope so, because there's now blood, right?
Yes,
All right, and you want to protect yourself.
correct.
Do you know that, have you learned that this jacket was tested on the left side? That you might have disturbed possible DNA of someone else that might have touched that jacket? Do you understand the ramifications, how that could have hurt my client or shown someone else that might have done it?
What is the question? I'm sorry.
Did you learn that where you touched the left shoulder was the same spot that DNA was tested and was too weak to get a reading on it, and it could have been from you touching it? How does that,
I will be guessing. I don't know what happened with that evidence, ma'am.
isn't that in your training not to touch anything until everything is properly done?
Your Honor, objection argumentative and asked and answered repeatedly.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Okay, which part do you want me to answer first? Again,
Did
there's
you-
multiple questions in the,
Did you learn anytime in this, up to this point, that you touching the left shoulder was the same location that DNA was tested and was possibly diluted because it couldn't be confirmed whose DNA it was?
priority of life, somebody's life takes over me considering touching somebody to see if I need to help them or not to survive. So does that answer your question? I don't know.
Yes, so, and that would be the reason why the moment you know that there is no hope of saving this person, like the rigor, like the lack of breathing, the lack of pulse, that you should have backed off and quit looking for a bullet hole in a body.
I wasn't looking for a bullet hole. I had already seen it.
You saw through a jacket, and let's get the jacket out. Maybe we approach. Can I get the witness to come up?
You want,
Does he
You
want
want
the
the detective
detective
to
to
help
help?
you?
She want the detective to help? Is that what she's asking?
Do you need me to go down there?
Come on down, sir.
Just needs to say what she wants. Omar. Oh, in the stand.
All right, and I'm going to put the rest under the table, just so we can do this over the table to catch aim. Can I ask you to go ahead and open up this bag and let's take this jacket out?
Your Honor, could we just have the exhibit number for the record?
State Exhibit 112-1.
That's correct.
Exhibit 112, there's a dot or a hyphen, 1.
Go ahead, lift it up and I'm going to remove the bag. All right, let's unravel it. There may be flaking, so I'm just going to slowly let anything fall on the paper. Okay, go ahead and open it. Okay. And why don't you lay it flat for a minute on the stomach down, just let's smooth it out a little bit. this the jacket that the deceased was wearing?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And what I want you to do is, while it's laying first, identify where the bullet hole was in the jacket. Okay, now I want you to hold it up. Let's try to keep it over the table as much as possible, just to catch any debris.
Hold
Okay?
it up in what position?
So the back is showing towards the jurors. Now, I'm going to use the scissors as a pointer, and I'm going to first have you turn it, and I'm going to guide it right to the location. Now, hold it up a little higher. I'm going to follow you up to show a little dot in the garment that was the entrance of the bullet hole. And I'm going to ask you, without shaking, try to walk from left to right in front of the jurors, and just let them see that location of that jacket. Just get a little bit closer. Don't shake it so we don't get any debris anywhere. And if you can point with your finger where the hole is, go for it, please. Okay, let's try to roll it up a little bit. And then try to get it back in the back.
You can just leave that there. He's going to get a new bag for it. Yeah, you can just leave it right there on the table. He's going to bring a new bag for it.
Okay,
Or put it underneath, whatever.
okay,
Yeah.
that's fine right now. All right, and go ahead and have a seat for now. We'll get fresh gloves when we need. How do you know it's a bullet hole versus a knife?
At that point, I believe it was a injury caused by a projectile. That was my belief then.
There's a lot of fraying, a lot of scraping. The jacket has other tears or defects in it. How would you know that a bullet hole went in there?
The way the jacket looks right now is not what I remember seeing when I approached the person, and the blood stain was higher towards the back. That's what caught my attention to the perforation on the jacket, which led me to believe that the injury was there. There was no way the person would have been injured in another area of their body, because the blood would have not gone up, because gravity will pull it down. So that area of the jacket is not illustrated in this particular point, because the blood is pretty much all over the jacket at this point. But when I saw it, it was strictly in the area where the perforation was.
And in reality, we all know gravity works. You just testified to that if he was laying face down, the blood would not be going outward, upward. It would be pulling downward.
Correct.
Okay. And you probably don't know this, but most of the blood in this person remained in the body. Did you know that?
I don't.
Okay. When you roll the body over, however, then the blood, due to gravity, would have found the possible exit wound and started seeping out, causing more bleeding at that time. Would you agree?
I did not understand the question.
When you rolled the body over back on the back, and that happened later, I'm not trying to jump ahead of us yet.
Correct.
But then the hole would have provided an exit location for the blood to come out, correct?
Yes, it's a hole in the body, yes.
Well, and gravity would now allow it to seep out like a drain, correct?
I will be guessing at that point, honestly.
The possibility is that the coat gets more saturated at that time when you roll the body onto its back.
Again, I will be guessing. I
Okay.
don't know.
Well, you gave us a lot of information about gravity and everything. I thought you knew.
I'm not understanding exactly the question you're asking about the blood.
That the jacket might have absorbed more blood when it was located on the back versus when the body was on the front. Your heart's not pumping, sir, when you're dead, correct?
Correct, and that's what I'm trying to think what the question is.
If you're laying face down
Yes,
and there's no heart beating and squirting the blood upward,
correct.
then that could be a reason why the blood would stay in the body more. But when you roll it over, now there is an exit, a hole that may allow more blood to seep out and gravity would pull it down, correct?
Again, if the heart's not pumping, I don't have the expertise to say how the blood is going to come out of the body. I don't know that.
Now, at this point, you tell the deputy to take Mr. Kelly and his dogs and go back towards the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you remained with the body, correct?
Yes,
And that was Deputy Lopez, right?
correct.
And once they left, you continued to walk around the immediate area without noticing anything to indicate any kind of, fighting or any kind of activity that might have happened around the body?
Correct.
Okay. So this terrain, what were you expecting to see?
The terrain, I was expecting to see maybe footprints, drag marks, other signs of people walking in the area, blood trail. If somebody's injured and it's bleeding, there could be a potential of a blood trail coming from another location. Any other articles, something that would indicate that this person was injured somewhere else and eventually died there, or anything that will indicate to me that somebody else was involved or was walking in the area.
Well, how in this terrain would you have noticed all that?
Like I said, I will be looking for footprints, foot sign, which is something that sometimes we look at when we're after individuals, following people. It's we track people by looking at the foot sign that they might leave behind.
Well, did you notice any footprints?
Not that I recall.
So there is been determined at least one, possibly more, hadn't gotten there yet, of other people that were at this location. So you didn't see their footprints. Is that what you're saying?
I don't recall seeing other footprints, no.
So if someone was there, was it your tracking ability, or was it that they probably wasn't there?
Which is the question?
That is the question. Oh, you want me to restate it?
Yes, please.
Since you were looking around for evidence of anyone else being there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we've heard testimony that there was at least one person there,
Okay.
okay? You did not see any evidence of anyone being there.
No, I did not.
So, no other footprints, correct?
No.
So is it your tracking skills that were a problem, or was it that that person wasn't there?
Again, I did not see a footprint, so I wouldn't be able to say if someone was there or not.
And just to remind the immediate area, going to the Elmo, with the newly admitted evidence, XX. Observing the terrain in this photo, and this is before you rolled over the deceased, correct?
Correct.
We got this grassy area and sandy area, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, can you tell if this grass has been stepped on or not?
Not from the picture, no.
Okay. And it doesn't take far to go before you hit grass and then dirt or sand and then more grass. It's just kind of woven together, correct?
Yes.
Who actually took these photos?
I believe it was Sergeant Alfonso Flores.
All of the photos?
Yes, he did. Well, as far as what you showed me, yes.
Another photo. You could see some grass around the head, but you could see dirt going out towards the feet, correct? Or sand.
Yes.
And then from that other view, another photo. You can once again see a lot of sand around the body, openness to the body, and then also grass as you move closer to the head, correct?
Yes.
So it's not like this body is completely engulfed by this grass, right?
No.
There's openness to the body, correct?
The picture shows that, yes.
Yes, thank you. And then there's parts where the grass is higher up, like this photo here, in all fairness, correct?
Yes.
And you claimed it was almost as high as your knee?
Correct.
Like maybe to your calf at least?
To my what, I'm sorry?
To your calf,
Probably to my knee, yes.
to your knee. Okay, so then why is some of the grass flatter than other parts of the grass?
I don't know the answer to that. That's nature.
But you're making an observation of whether there's someone else, any signs of struggle, anyone else being there, any other footprints, any tracking. You're looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
But you don't know.
Again, what's the question, ma'am?
Why some of this grass is flattened in other areas it's not?
I do not know.
Could be someone was there?
That's guessing. I don't know, ma'am.
You're guessing. So you don't know, correct? And we could circle around the body, and some parts will be higher up, and some parts will be lower, correct? As far as the grass level.
Are we talking about the height of the grass or the grass actually being stepped on? That's two different things.
If it's squished, it'll be flattened or lower. If it's not been disturbed, it might be higher.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Signs of whether something trampled on that area, possibly, right?
Yes,
Signs, but it's not a sure thing, correct?
correct.
You're not a tracking expert, are you?
No, I'm not.
Been to tracking school?
No.
Did you think to call the Border Patrol out and use some of their tracking abilities, like dogs, like trained agents that might help you locate?
That's a decision that should have been made by whoever responded to process the scene.
But you called people. You asked for people, the types of people. You testified to that a little earlier, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, with the fact that you knew there was something happened earlier that you didn't have a lot of knowledge but was aware of, right? That earlier call.
correct.
And now, hours later, you have another call and a deceased body, correct?
Yes,
Did you think to ask for the medical examiner investigators to get out there and determine a real time of death earlier or later?
Not within the few minutes that I had to make the decision. That could have been made after. That was not the time for me to make the decision to do
Well,
that.
sir, you noted that Mr. Kelly came up with explanations trying to assist you, or explanations, I think you believe he was trying to defend himself, I don't know. But he was trying to tell you that the police were out there already earlier and looked at this area, correct? That sheriffs were out there earlier, correct?
They were out there earlier, yes.
And that this place was already checked and there was no body, so it must have happened later. Isn't that what he told you?
That's what he said, yes.
So now we have a timeline issue. Don't you think you could have got a medical examiner out there to investigate the time of death so we would know if it was earlier or later?
Again, that's a decision that the investigators would have made after the fact.
Sir, the quicker you get them out there, the sooner that someone could get there and observe the environment and the body and the state it was in decomposing. Agree? Do you agree that would be important?
It's important, yes.
And do you agree, as a sergeant, you are a supervisor out there and also can supervise over detectives?
Correct, but detectives have their own supervisor, which I have the professional courtesy of allowing him to make the decisions that he has to make.
So, but they take longer to get there, sir. Correct?
At that point, the scene was under control and secure, so again, that was not my decision to make.
Right, or didn't choose to make that decision for the investigation, correct?
That was someone else's decision to make that.
This is still coming from defendant's XX. I'm going to publish another photo. Okay. It's true, what we're looking at is the deceased face down as you saw it, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to also show a close-up that's coming out of Defense Exhibit SS, I think. And I'm going to show you the first one in this stapled grouping. Can you see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I would like to direct you to the baseball cap on this person, correct? And I'm going to ask that you step down and get some more gloves on. Let's take a look at that cap. Please. Imagine the cap is in this big bag, so let's see if we can pull it out. If you can locate that cap. This is the same cap, says California, the one that he had on his head, correct?
It's a black cap. couldn't read anything from the picture.
Is there another cap in there?
No, there's no one.
Okay. Permission to walk by the jurors with this cap? It's kind of dirty on the inside of the bill, right, underneath?
The visor, you mean?
Yeah, the visor.
Yes.
Seems to reflect the terrain that you would find out in the desert, correct?
Yes.
Okay, while we have gloves on, I'm gonna come back to the cap, but it'll save us some trips with the gloves. Let's, open up the, let's get the fanny pack out. And hold it up, and point to the location that the buckle is no longer there. Okay, is that a buckle?
Yes.
And does it appear to you, as you look at it, to be broken?
Yes.
And let me publish it to the jurors. Now, isn't it possible that someone tried to grab this off the person and busted the buckle?
I will be guessing.
It's possible, though, right?
I will be guessing. I don't want to speculate, ma'am.
Because a fanny pack is only as good as it being worn to protect your valuables that would be inside of it, right?
Correct.
We wear fanny packs. And this court has seen one picture where the subject was known to have it on the chest, okay? And you didn't see that photo, have you?
No.
Okay. But another
Your Honor,
way-
and objection, it states facts, not in evidence. Hasn't been
Do you have a
admitted.
photo?
Hasn't been admitted.
That photo was made.
Okay. Maybe I just don't recall. I apologize.
And another way to wear it, for some people, would be the old-fashioned way, because I think young people like to wear it up on the chest, but it was around the waist. You've seen both ways?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
And Your Honor, can we just clarify that photo is the one that we have no idea when or where it was? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
We said we would update, we'd get the data.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this has one zipper, and then items can be placed in there, correct?
Yes.
And did you notice that this fanny pack was half full? Let me find you a photo. I'll get back to that. Let me get the gloves off before I do that. You don't remember that?
There was items in the fanny pack, yes.
But they were on one side and not on the other side. Did you notice that?
I don't recall the exact position inside the fanny.
Okay, let's pull out the backpack. Now, the deceased, how does his body frame compare to yours?
I don't recall. He was probably about 200 pounds. Again, I will be guessing. I don't recall exactly his size.
All right, and I'm gonna ask you to step out here. I'm not gonna touch you. But I do want you to put your back towards the jurors. If and when this backpack was properly worn, I'm just putting it up against your body so they can compare how this backpack would cover the backside of you, okay? And so would you say your body was not out of proportion to his? Was he shorter than you? Did you notice?
I don't recall, honestly, with his height or weight.
Okay. Now, we're also going to hold it up.
Your Honor, and just for the record, I'm not sure
Yeah,
the
we
jury
need
can
the
hear
wit-
that.
we need
The
the witness,
witness
sir.
had his back to the jury.
Right, I noticed that.
Okay.
You can have his back to the jury, but he's got to speak into the microphone.
Yep.
Then
So you need me back there? Or?
Right now, you could be right there, it's fine.
And you can move the microphone wherever you want.
Okay, and it can come off the rack if you.
I just don't want to touch it with.
Right, leave it there. Okay. And I'm gonna point out a waistband on this backpack, correct? He's fine right there. Is that correct?
Yes.
But that's not what you cut. You cut the shoulder straps. Both of them?
Yes.
Okay, pointing it out to the jurors now. Now, there were clothes in this backpack, and yet it was pulled up over the head or above the head or covering the head as you found it, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. It's a compound question. It assumes that somebody moved it and also asks how he found it. It's a compound question.
I didn't assume anyone moved it yet.
She said moved. I just want,
The
it's
backpack-
compound.
I'll reword the question. The backpack normally lies in the center of your back, right? Coming off of your shoulders, the straps, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But to get at a higher, why don't you come back out and grab your, no, don't grab it, let's grab the whole pole.
I'll try to speak louder. Is that okay? Or?
Just let me know if you have problems hearing.
Okay. And turn sideways, look at the court, look at the judge. So I'm gonna place a normal positioning without touching you, so give or take a few inches, that most people carry a backpack accordingly, and you got an idea what I'm doing with it, don't you? You wanna
Yes.
put it on my back where you think, here, take the backpack, and I will turn and put, if I had it over my shoulders, where would that backpack be?
Possibly behind on your back.
Okay, now rise it to the level as you found it, approximately. Okay, now if a waist strap was on, that wouldn't get there, would it? If this waist strap was on his waistline, that wouldn't have gone up that high, would it?
I don't know.
Likelihood would be no, right?
Again, I don't know.
Let's assume it's not on, okay? And so when you fall with this somehow had to go up and over. So I'm going to ask you, is there a top strap? Let's zip it up. Like most backpacks have, what would you call this strap at the top?
I'm not too sure about that.
Okay, what would you call it?
Strap.
Okay, a loop, a strap with a loop. How's that?
A loop.
Okay. And if someone tried to tug at this backpack with this strap, that could pull it up to over the head, couldn't it?
If someone pulls it,
Yes.
it could.
Okay. Now, let's see if I need anything else up here. Before I move backwards, let's go to, while we have gloves, go out of order just a little bit. Could you go ahead and open up the, what is it marked?
State Exhibit 79.
And what is it?
It's a wallet, brown wallet.
Okay, can you open it up? Okay. And is there money in there?
Yes.
Could you take it out? Take it out of the wallet. And could you count the total of the amount of, what kind of, first of all, what kind of bills is it?
It's a Mexican currency.
Okay. Could you count the total of those bills? How many bills are there?
Okay.
You put the wallet down.
6 different bills in different denominations.
Speak up a little louder.
6 different bills in different denominations.
Okay, could you total it for me?
1,640 pesos, Mexican pesos.
Sounds like a lot, but if you divide it by the appropriate rate, we would get something probably about under $100, would you agree? Do you know
Depending
anything
on the rate, I don't know.
Okay, but you're somewhat familiar with pesos, right?
Correct,
And every day that rate changes.
yes.
So I'm going to sum it up as something under 100. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, where's the American currency?
I will have to check the wallet.
Go ahead, Chip.
There's no American currency as far as I can tell.
So if someone wanted to come over here to work and they were Mexican national, how would they exchange the money? How would they take their less than $100 and put it into American currency? They wouldn't have ID to do it, would they? They couldn't go to a bank without proper ID, correct?
They couldn't, but it's not uncommon to see this.
Well, and someone wants to buy it off of them, but in America, you need American currency, right?
Yes.
Okay, even in Nogales, if I went to a convenience store, do I pay them in pesos or do I pay them in dollars?
I will be guessing because I know there were some stores at one point that were accepting pesos, so I don't know.
Okay. If you go to Phoenix to do roofing, you can have a seat, thank you. Would you,
I'm sorry, but could you put the currency back in the wallet before you walk away?
I guess,
Your Honor, could the detective just grab the wallet out of the middle of the bag with the backpack, just so we've got it secured appropriately? Would that be all right with the court?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
We're like mixing two exhibits together there. I'm just a little concerned about the handling. Could we have the detective just gather that exhibit and take it to the side?
Well,
wait till.
yeah, leave it here, and we won't touch it anymore, and at the break, you can do what needs to be done.
All right, we're going to go back to what's still being published on the board, which is the decedent's head with the cap on his head. And I'm going to go back to the original photo here that I showed first. For a second, I don't know. And I want you to notice the cap, sir. Do you see how the cap is buckled down? Kind of
Yes.
under the forehead. So if I grabbed this backpack and pulled on it, could that cause the hat to come up with this deformity of look?
Again, I will be guessing, ma'am.
But your job is to investigate all possibilities. Correct?
My job is to investigate, yes.
Yes. And make note, like of signs of, because you said you were looking for anyone else being there. Maybe he was robbed. Have you considered that?
I will be guessing, ma'am.
Wait, sir, your job is to write down all possibilities and investigate, not sit there and defend yourself for why you didn't investigate.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
The fact that the zipper's open, the fanny pack is torn off of him on his, or put on the side and off of his body with a broken buckle. And isn't that a possible sign of robbery?
That was not my opinion then, ma'am.
In defense 55, already admitted evidence. Let me show you the fanny pack that, as you open it, appears to be half empty.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify the record. Did you say Defense Exhibit 35?
$55 is what I said. 55.
State's Exhibit or Defense Exhibit?
Defense Exhibit 55, or is that SS? That's probably SS, I'm sorry. I have to read writing. SS marked -K. Okay, sorry. I didn't read that right. Notice this fanny pack as you unzipped it. Something on the left, the right of our screen, and this side of it, there's nothing there. Do you know that there could have been a wad of $20 bills there rolled up?
I will be guessing as the contents. I don't know that.
Robberies fall within the scope of law enforcement, doesn't it?
Yes.
Looking at 00, Defense 00, not zeros. A picture of the decedent's hand grasping at a straw, which is, or the grass terrain that's out there. Looked like somehow this hand clenched it as prior to getting into death and rigor, correct?
His hand, yeah, is half clenched, yes.
We see grass all around it and this straw-like, grass-like material in his palm sticking out through his fingers, right?
Yes.
We see the hand cupped. Here's another one. Observed in another photo in that same evidence grouping. Correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, is that an autopsy photo? Is that an autopsy photo?
No? Oh, yeah, but it's been admitted.
Okay.
And this can be found in your crime scene photos.
It's not in the crime scene photos,
No,
just to
I-
clarify for the record.
This is the first time I ever see those pictures.
Okay. And so you never noticed that he had all this grass in his hand? Then when you were at the scene?
There was grass, I just don't recall this picture.
Okay, I didn't ask if this was your photo. It's already admitted.
Right.
I'm just asking you to look at it. I could find some more photos, but this is a photo been admitted already into evidence. Do you see the grass material in his hand as if he's kind of clenching onto this grass that is found out in this terrain?
I do see it, yes.
Could that also be indicative of being dragged and grabbing onto grass?
Again, that will be guessing. I don't want to speculate on what happened.
Here's the last photo in that same grouping, and his hands are definitely cupped in this position, correct?
Yes.
And we don't walk around with grass in between our fingers, right?
I wouldn't.
Not between the middle and the ring finger. That's an awkward place, isn't it?
I don't know, ma'am.
You don't think the grass just fell in it, do you?
Again, I will be guessing how the grass got to the hand.
But normally, does grass fall into the fingers like that?
Again, I don't know how the grass got there. I don't want to guess how.
No. Did you note it in your report, in your observations?
No, I don't think I
Did
did.
you note the buckle that was broken?
I don't remember seeing it.
Did you note that this backpack was over the head, indicative possibly of being dragged or robbed?
That
Objection
was
compound, Your Honor. She indicated.
Want to break it down to, yeah, break it down.
Indicative of being dragged?
that wasn't my belief at that point when I saw the person.
Or robbed?
No, that was not my belief either.
But you didn't note it in your report, is the question.
I didn't note what, I'm sorry.
You didn't note these observations in your report, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't note the unzipped bag of the deceased, did you?
No, I didn't.
And had you talked to Mr. Kelly and learned about the one shot that was fired, you didn't do anything in this investigation under your watch to try to solve where that one shot came from, did you?
Not during the time I was there, no.
And you noticed the walkie-talkie, didn't you?
The radio, yes.
I'm sorry, that's old-fashioned. The radio. More high-powered than a walkie-talkie.
Yes, I did see it.
Okay, so it wasn't a toy. It was a real radio.
It looked like a real radio, yes.
And that, along with the coloring of the clothing, the fact that you know he was not a legal citizen, the backpack, the fanny pack, all these items was not suspicious in your mind that this could have been someone like a mule or someone that was either carrying or items that were illegal?
Objection, form of the question?
I don't understand the question.
You did not, did you consider the fact, just a second. Did you not think or draw any conclusions based on the clothing and the items on this person that this could have been a smuggler?
I wasn't investigating a smuggling or a citizenship crime at this point.
Sir, all facts are important, wouldn't you agree? All facts are important in order to get to the right answer, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can't go into a homicide investigation blinded. Would you agree? You don't have enough information right now to know the answer, do you?
I don't.
Okay, and so you got to gather information and make note of it and pass that on to the detectives so a proper investigation could happen. Wouldn't you agree?
The detectives would have done their own investigation and come up with more evidence, more factual evidence after I leave. I was just the first responder there for...
You don't know that detectives rely on your notes, your reports, your investigation to help them get to some of these possibilities?
They do. They rely
Okay.
on some of the information.
It starts with the first officers at a scene. What they saw, correct?
Correct.
Who they talked to, what they said, correct?
Correct.
What physical evidence was around, correct?
Yes.
Your job, being one of the first officers to respond to the scene, was to help gather this information and document, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That would be in your training manual, correct?
Correct.
You also noticed Mr. Kelly's 2 Labradors, right?
Correct.
And in all fairness, when he walked out with you to show you the body, those dogs followed, didn't they?
Yes.
And matter of fact, they were all over there smelling the body, weren't they?
They were in the area, yes.
Well, they were right there where the body was too, weren't they? They were smelling on the body.
When they were smelling the area, I couldn't tell that the body was there. I couldn't see the body. I saw the dogs walking around in the area.
And sir, that's allowing something to tamper with a crime scene, isn't it?
Again, at that point, I did not know the body was there. Dogs, again, I did not see the body. I saw the dogs walking around. I couldn't see the body at that point.
I already did that. Just a minute, Your Honor. I need to check my notes where I'm at. And, let's see. So when you sent Mr. Kelly away and the dogs, you also requested a firearms canine, correct? To at least be placed on standby?
Correct.
And at this point, you also asked Deputy Lopez to obtain the handgun that was on Mr. Kelly, correct?
After they had left, yes.
Yes, while they went closer towards the house, correct? Or by the trailer?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember that you asked Mr. Kelly, are you comfortable or something about do you feel like you need your gun?
I do remember asking, yes.
Yes. And what, didn't he let you know that he needed the gun, he was very uncomfortable without it because of the dangers that existed on that property?
Yes.
Okay. So that was real to him, right? That this could be a dangerous area and that's why he needed a gun.
Again, that's something that he will probably have to answer.
But you noted it, didn't you?
Yes, he did mention that he was not comfortable walking around with a firearm.
But again, he was cooperative and put it up, and then later you all confiscated that, correct?
Yes.
And you broadcasted through your radio to Sergeant Garcia, correct?
Yes.
To make contact with whoever was inside the house and get them out,
Correct.
right? Because you wanted to protect the house for some reason as a crime scene.
Correct.
But to your knowledge, was there ever any shooting or anything in the house that you learned at this time?
Inside the house?
Yes.
No.
And that you noted that Mrs. Kelly was escorted out and the residence was secured until you could get the search warrant.
That's the information I received on the radio from Sergeant Garcia and Deputy Norsagaray.
And because the reason why you needed a canine was in case you needed to locate any firearms or shell casings, right?
Correct.
Now, You said you proceeded to Sergeant Flores' location. Where was that? Back by the house?
Back by the horse trailer, that's where I met him.
And then you assisted at that time with photographs and moved the bodies, right?
Correct.
And that's when you cut the straps to the backpack.
Yes.
And as far as the cans of tuna, which for some reason is not available, there were 2 cans according to that photograph, right?
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
There were 2 cans of tuna in the
I
bag.
did not count the cans.
And so you two start peeling off the clothing and turning the body around and start taking photographs, correct?
Yes.
And so, and this officer that's taking the photographs, is he crime scene?
He's the detective sergeant for the Criminal Investigations Division for the Sheriff's Office.
So that would be a yes answer, right? That's his job skill, to go to a crime scene and document it.
Yes.
And you were happy to be back on the road. Is that why you were just a little bit overzealous about this?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
You noted that you were happy to do, what was that program that you got to do before coming to the scene?
That I was happy to do what program? I don't understand.
Stone Guard.
I was working Operation Stone Garden, yes. That's
You
the
were-
name of the grant.
And you were glad to get into patrol. You said you were happy to be able to get back there because what you were doing is a little more administrative, correct?
I never said that, no.
You never said that?
No.
Just looking over my notes, Judge.
No problem.
Did you at all talk with Mrs. Kelly?
No, I didn't.
Do you have any idea why she was placed inside of a squad car and taken to the station?
I will assume because of the cold weather. It was January 30th and it was late at night.
So you can speculate to some things?
Again, I do remember Sergeant Garcia mentioning that she was placed in the car because of the weather.
But driven to the police station? Did anyone ask if she wanted to go?
That reason, I don't know why she went to the police station.
And the back doors of a car, a patrol car, are locked from the inside? You can't get out, correct?
Are you asking me if the cars are locked?
Yeah, automatically.
They are, yes.
Did you ask if she wanted to sit in her car?
No, I didn't ask that.
You made a note that the items, the tuna cans inside the backpack, were consistent with migrants. So I'm going to go back to this. Do migrants usually carry radios?
I've seen migrants carry radios, yes.
How about migrants carrying telephones, cell phones?
It is common, yes.
Yeah. Radios are not usually a common item in a person's belongings, is it?
Depends on what they're doing, ma'am. I don't know.
Do migrants always wear camouflaged clothing?
It is common for most of them to be wearing that, yes.
Do migrants go through the terrain into people's private property on a regular basis?
Yes, they could.
And so to have these people if they had rifles, would that have changed your tone of whether they were a migrant or a trafficker?
I don't understand the question about the rifle.
If you learn that there were rifles, are rifles regularly stolen off of people? Guns are stolen from people?
Generally, yes. Some
Guns have value?
Yes.
And if you're in the underworld, guns are valuable, correct? Something they would want, correct?
And I will be guessing I don't work in the underworld.
All right, we're going to take our noon recess. Is that all right with you?
Yes.
Thank you. Because almost noon, we'll take a noon recess. We'll reconvene at 1:30. We'll continue with, if there's more cross-examination, then there'll be a redirect examination. We'll have a regular schedule today. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Please rise.
Everyone's here. Let's bring in the jury. Please. Is that stuff bothering you? Is that stuff bothering you?
Please rise.
Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. Doesn't look like any of the jurors got blown away by the wind over lunchtime. I've never seen wind like that before. I was totally unprepared for it when I walked in. Anyway, all the jurors are present. Thank you. And the counsel and the defendant is present. Ms. Lothorpe was in cross-examination of the witness, who's on the witness stand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to clarify one more thing. That's it. And it was something that was quoted yesterday. You were talking about what Mr. Kelly said, and you told the jurors that he said it happened after you left, referencing the shot, I'm sure, okay? Do you remember saying that yesterday?
What was the statement again?
It happened after you left, referencing the shot or the killing of the deceased.
Yes, he said that.
Okay, but in your report, you also noted that he said he thought it happened after you left. You left out the word thought yesterday, correct?
From my statement to my report, is that the question?
In your report, your statement was, in the report, that Mr. Kelly said he thought it happened after you left. But in your testimony, you said Mr. Kelly said it happened after you left. That sort of changes the meaning a little bit, correct?
I don't recall leaving that statement out, but
Okay. Well, I got clarity now. You're not denying that he said he thought it happened.
yes.
Okay. And you are aware that in the first visit to his home by law enforcement earlier in the day, that they had spread out and searched the property. And so is there any reason to believe that's why he thought it had to happen after that first visit? Would that be rational thinking?
I don't understand the
Mr.
question.
Kelly sorry about that, I didn't mean to cut you off. Mr. Kelly was aware that his property was being searched by law enforcement, Border Patrol, sheriffs, whoever was out there in the fields checking and looking for anything that could be pertinent, bodies, people, suspects of the initial shooting. So the fact that he knew everyone combed this area and now there's a dead body in the same area isn't that reason to believe for him to speculate that maybe it happened after law enforcement left earlier?
When the deputies were there earlier, I will be guessing to point out what they were looking for, because the call was not to search for a body, it was to search for, again, the active shooter that they had reported initially.
Okay,
I
that
would
is-
be guessing if they were searching for an actual body out there.
Well, and you're referencing a dead body, but a body is is someone that could be shooting, right? A person is a body, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so they were searching, and then he commented, this must have happened after, because he knows that law enforcement was there on his property looking before. Would be a reasonable comment, but you brought it up yesterday. I just wanted to bring clarity. So knowing that, does it seem more reasonable?
The way you're painting it, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Nothing further. Pass the witness.
Redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, we talked quite a bit on cross-examination about securing the scene for a search warrant. Can you tell me, first of all, let's talk about the property. How remote is the property?
It is isolated from other or nearby residences in the area of the Kino Springs Village, as we refer to it. It is a remote area. I will be guessing to tell you the distance between the other houses, but it is quite a distance from other structures.
Is the property fenced, if you know?
I did see a fence around the actual house. I did not see any other fences on farther away from the house.
You weren't looking for that, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you see a gate when you came in?
There was a gate, yes.
Fair to say that there aren't crowds of people milling about on the Kelly property?
Not that I saw any.
So when you secured the scene, who were you securing the scene? Who were you concerned about securing the scene from or involving?
At that point, from the subjects, I had made contact with Mr. Kelly and thinking that Ms. Kelly could have been inside as well.
Okay. And so can you tell the jury what the process is when you believe you have the appropriate amount of information to request a search warrant? What is the process that you go through when you secure a scene for that search warrant?
The process of securing a scene will be to, in this example, a house and then the surrounding property. If I have enough reasonable suspicion to believe that a crime occurred, I have the authority to, again, seize, which means seize any movement from persons going into the property, which potentially could destroy evidence, hide evidence. So at that point, that was my main focus, to make sure that no one went into the property or, I'm sorry, the home itself, and that we didn't have anyone roaming around the surrounding of the structure trying to hide or tamper with evidence.
You were out at the scene that night, is that right?
Yes,
Was it cold?
it was cold, yes.
And who makes the ultimate determination on whether there's enough evidence to search a residence?
The ultimate, the ultimate authority that can authorize the search of the interior will be a judge.
So you're not the one who makes the determination of whether to seek a search warrant, is that right?
To seek the search warrant?
Right.
In that particular case, no, it was not my determination.
You just secure the scene because you think that someone else might want to get one.
Objection, sorry. Objection leading.
Sustain. Sustain.
Do you secure the scene so that someone else can make that determination?
That is part of my job, yes.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Let's talk for a second about the backpack. If you don't mind grabbing some gloves and taking a look in the backpack. And without showing it to the jury, would you take a look at that T-shirt that originally you weren't able to identify? And if you'd look at both sides of the T-shirt. Did you get a good look at it? Could you take a look at, and if I could have the screen, please? I'm showing you what's been already admitted. Image number 46. Was it 116? I think 116, Your Honor. Exhibit 116. Could you take a look on the screen? Do you recognize that item now that you've looked in the?
Now I do.
Okay. Okay. Is that the same T-shirt?
Yes.
So is there any missing
We got to
T-shirt?
get him, we got to get him to the microphone.
Oh, sure, microphone. Is that the same T-shirt?
Yes, it looks like the same.
Oh, and I think it's not turned on.
Yes, the item in the backpack seems as the item in the photograph, which is, I remember seeing it now.
So we're not missing a T-shirt?
No,
And we don't have an extra T-shirt?
no.
Okay, thank you. And how can you tell that that's the same T-shirt, by the way, since you're there?
The lettering, everything in the front is the same T-shirt. Again, yesterday was folded, so.
And I'm sorry that you took your gloves off, because I have one more question for you while you're there with the backpack. My apologies. And if you could just zip that up now. No, just zip it up if you would. And if you would hold it up and examine the straps, no, don't put it away. If you'd hold it up and examine the straps that go around the waist, do those straps appear to be cut in any way?
No.
Does there appear to be
No.
any damage?
Not visibly, no.
If the deceased person, if Gabriel had had that buckle attached at his waist, what would you have done to remove the backpack?
What I did with the other straps, probably cut it.
Okay, and did you cut it?
No.
So does that tell you anything about whether those straps were attached?
It indicates that maybe they were not attached.
Okay, and if they were not attached, what would that mean with respect to how the backpack could move if it falls to the ground?
It would move freely without being attached to the waist.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat now. Thank you very much. On cross-examination, I don't think you ever got to give a full answer about why you determined you needed to secure the scene when you had folks ask Ms. Kelly to step out of her house. Could you tell us why you secured the scene at that point?
At that point, based on what I observed, again, the dead person, the injury to the body, the statements made in the earlier call, the position of the body in comparison to the house, the comments made by other deputies who were there, that there was a rifle involved in the previous call, the injury, that led me to believe that the person that died in that location, it was a consequence of a homicide. I don't think he died there naturally, so at that point there was a death investigation. And in training, we treat every death as a homicide until we can prove otherwise.
And what was important about securing the residence if you believed that a homicide had happened in the location where you found you found Gabriel's body, the deceased person?
Again, we try to control as much of the environment to prevent the destruction of evidence and or the tampering with any evidence that might be in the property at that point.
I want to ask you a little bit about some of the photographs that council showed you earlier. She asked you about what the area was like in terms of the grass, and she showed you a photograph. Can I see OO and KK, council?
This is not a good use of our time. Let's look for that, and we'll come back to it and do something else.
Sure, Judge.
Thank you.
And this is from XX, right? Do you recall this photograph that council showed you earlier and asked you about the grass and the area around the deceased person?
Yes.
Could I have the screen on my laptop now, please? And I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 116, Image 37. Is that a photograph that shows what the grass was like in the area?
Yes.
And also Image 38?
Yes.
So was there any indication in all that high grass that there had been any kind of struggle with people that ended up with the defendant or with the decedent laying there in the grass?
No.
Any indication of dragging in that grass?
No.
Any indication of like a blood trail or anything like that?
No.
Now, we looked at the jacket to talk about with co-counsel and she, or with defense counsel, and she asked you about the hole that you saw in the jacket. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said that that isn't how you recalled the jacket. Is that right?
Correct.
And I'm showing you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 116, image 39. Is this what you observed when you walked up to the body?
Yes.
Did you have to move the backpack or the fanny pack to see this view?
No.
When you approached the body, is this what you saw?
Yes.
And I want to walk through with you what you did when you approached the body. First of all, what was your primary focus when you approached the body out on property?
Again, confirm that the person didn't need any medical aid. I just cannot take somebody's word for saying somebody's dead. I need to make sure that they don't need help.
Have you ever resuscitated anyone during your job?
Many times, yes.
So when you get to that person, have you found people who weren't breathing, who didn't have a pulse?
Yes.
And did you bring them back to life?
There's been 2 times that has happened, yes.
Okay. And so when you approached this body, I think you said that the first thing you noticed was that that the person was not breathing. Is that right?
Yes.
And tell the jury again what the first thing is that you observed and what you did after you observed that the person wasn't breathing.
When I noticed the person wasn't breathing, I didn't see any rising of the chest or torso at this point. I went immediately to don gloves, check on the neck to see if I could find a pulse, touch part of the cheek, notice the stiffness in the jaw and the coldness. At this point, I'm still, again, questioning, is this person really dead? I checked the arm, still no pulse. Again, I feel stiffness, coldness, and trying to help him. I lifted the shoulder to see if there was any sort of breathing, and that's when I saw the blood underneath. And that moment, I ceased or stopped touching him, and made the determination that in fact he was dead, and I couldn't do anything else to help him.
What were you thinking as you went through this process?
I'm thinking, do I have to render aid? Do I have to provide CPR? Is he just unconscious? And maybe it's one of those situations where I've gotten, again, to different medical aid scenes where I have to render aid and provide CPR. So it was a hard decision to move him or not move him at that point, because I had in my mind, do I have to preserve evidence? Do I have to move him and help him? So it was a hard decision to make at that point.
And did you talked about feeling cold spots on the body. Were any of the parts of the body warm?
There was warm parts of the body, which is the torso, shoulder area. It was warmer than the extremities, in this case, the arms and the jaw.
And you were able to feel that through your gloves?
Yes.
And you talked about the blood stain you saw here. What were your thoughts about the blood stain you observed, and how you talked a little bit about gravity and what you observed with respect to that? Could you tell us that, please?
What I thought is when I saw the person laying down, the blood stain on the right side, and then blood under going towards the bottom of the chest, my belief at that point was that the person was either when he fell down, he never moved again because blood again follows gravity. We would have seen blood somewhere else, either in the back, upper back. So my belief was that when he was injured, fell down, the blood followed the gravity, and that's the position. He never moved again.
There is some blood higher than the wound, though, is that right?
Towards the armpit area.
And is that something that you would normally observe in this kind of situation where the blood dissipates from around the wound?
It is normal for fabric to absorb any fluid or liquid. In this case, it was the blood.
And counsel talked about the jacket and preserving that evidence. What would you have had to do to the jacket if you wanted it to be in exactly the same state it was while you were at the scene?
Never touch it.
And how would you get the body to the morgue if you didn't roll the body?
It will be impossible. I will have to touch him and move him.
And you have to put him in a body bag, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know, and this is only if you know, do you know if Santa Cruz County has a contract with the Pima County Medical Examiner's Office to send their death investigation scene to our crime scenes?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Exhibit X. Yeah, I've got it, never mind. Counsel asked you if there was another person at this location, wouldn't you necessarily have seen footprints? Can you tell me, is it possible that there was another person at the scene that you wouldn't have seen footprints?
Could you repeat that question?
Sure. Could there have been another person here and you didn't see the footprints?
That's a possibility.
Counsel asked you about image 43 and exhibit 116. Can you tell me what you meant when you talked about the baseball cap that you observed here?
When I saw this, the individual face down and the baseball cap in front of his forehead, the bill of the cap in front of his forehead, the position of the backpack, that led me to believe, again, when I was watching the body, that led me to believe that the person had collapsed face down, being that his arm was extended out, his face was directly in the dirt. That made me believe that he had collapsed without even bracing himself, which caused probably the backpack to move with the momentum or the force as bodies falling down without even putting his hands out to brace.
And was that consistent with what you saw with respect to the face implanted in the dirt?
Yes.
And you just talked about how the body was positioned. Do you have exhibit SS, counsel? And counsel talked to you about the positioning of the body. So I want to get to the pictures on the positioning of the body. Can you see in this photograph how the right arm is positioned in Exhibit 116, image 39?
Yes.
And does that show what you were talking about with respect to how the arm was positioned in front of the body, the right
Yes.
arm?
Yes.
And image number 40, does that also show that?
Yes.
Is there anything about that that indicates that this arm was lower? Or does it substantiate what you said about how the arm was folded in front of the body?
There's nothing that indicated that he was, that the hand was down to the groin area.
And then you mentioned how the left arm is out, and you can sort of see it in this picture, image number 44. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that how the arm was extended that you described earlier?
Yes.
And can you also see the arm extended in image number 45?
Aren't we just going over what we've gone over before on direct examination?
Judge, I'm reviewing what counsel asked him about with respect and questioned him about with respect to the way the body was positioned. And so, but I'll move on if the court would like.
I understand, but redirect is not for the purpose of repeating what he said earlier on direct examination. You're free to argue it at closing argument, remind the jury what he said on his direct, but it's not just to rehash things that were covered in direct examination again. So with that in mind, you can ask your next question.
Counsel asked you about some photographs from the autopsy that showed dirt and debris on his hand and whether the hand was grasping. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury where you believe the dirt and debris that was on his hand came from?
Probably from the scene. There's brush and dirt in there. So.
Did you roll over the body when you had it at the scene?
We did.
And I'm showing you exhibits, image 66 from exhibit 116. Is this the photograph that you have that documents the debris on the hand?
Yes.
And is this just after you rolled the body?
Correct.
Is there anything in this picture that indicates this person had somehow grabbed grass, or does this picture indicate something different?
I don't see any indication of that particular picture where he's grabbing something.
And I want to make sure that the roles that you play in an investigation are clear. Counsel asked you a lot of questions about why you didn't do this particular thing or that particular thing. When you are the first responder at the scene, what is your role at the scene?
In this particular incident, my role was to first render aid, find out that there's no one is in danger. Once the scene is secure and I assess and determine that there's no need of immediate help, at that point I have to slow things down and make sure that the proper division, in this case investigators, come in with more time and take care of the rest of the investigation.
Who's in charge of making the decisions in a case?
In the actual case,
Yes.
everything will probably fall under the sergeant assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division.
And that would not be you, correct?
No.
And tell us again, you have some experience in detectives, is that right?
Yes.
So when you're at a scene, do you have experience with working homicide scenes?
Death scenes, yes.
How many death scenes do you think you've attended?
In my tenure, over close to 30 that I've investigated and taken directly, and I've assisted other deputies in processing the scene of other death investigations as well, which I don't have a number at this point.
When you were heading toward the body with Mr. Kelly and Deputy Lopez, Can you tell the jury what happened with the dogs?
As we were walking, when we started walking around the gate and walked along the fence line, there was a point where the dogs separated from us and they continued towards where the flashlight was.
Do you know if the dogs had been at the scene before you arrived?
I don't know that.
And counsel asked you some specific questions about what Mr. Kelly said when you first were approaching the scene. And you indicated in your report that you had some concerns about him mentioning rigor. Is that right?
Yes.
What was it about him mentioning rigor that you thought was something important to the investigation?
Again, it was a statement not commonly used by a civilian or a regular person that doesn't work in law enforcement. We use it a lot when it comes to stiffness and rigidity of a person. And again, that made me think that if he knows that rigor has set in, that he was already with the body and touched him at one point.
And was there anything about other statements he made that also caused you concern with respect to him telling you about rigor?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. These are questions that have been already asked and answered.
Your Honor, counsel went over this extensively in cross.
It doesn't matter. I mean, if he's testified to it before on direct examination, there's no need and it's not proper to repeat it now. So if unless it's something new that he hasn't said before that is responsive to cross-examination, it's just cumulative.
Did you consider
Sustained.
Did
So,
you
ask another
consider
question.
this statement in a vacuum, or did you consider it in combination with other factors?
All my decisions made or determinations were based on the totality of different statements and factors added together.
Now, counsel also asked you about why Mrs. Kelly wasn't offered to sit in her own vehicle. When you secure a residence and a scene, does that generally include the vehicles?
It includes anything surrounding the property, and it also is an officer's safety problem because I don't know what's inside the vehicle, what access they will have inside the vehicle. And again, I don't know the individual, so I have to take precautions for my safety, the safety of my officers, and their safety as well. So that's one of the reasons we secure people in a location that it's neutral to them.
Counsel asked you some questions about whether it would be unreasonable for Mr. Kelly, whether it would be reasonable for Mr. Kelly to call Border Patrol instead of 911 if that had been his practice. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to ask you, if Border Patrol had specifically told him to call 911 and he didn't call 911, do you think that would be reasonable?
The question is, if Border Patrol is directing him to call 911 and he doesn't, is that unreasonable?
Yes.
That is unreasonable, yes.
Counsel asked you some questions about how your territories overlap with Border Patrol. So I want to just clarify what your duties are. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Can you tell me, is it the Sheriff's Department's primary duty or is it Border Patrol's primary duty to investigate homicides?
It would fall under the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Office.
How about shootings?
I think it would depend on the circumstances as well.
If someone shoots at someone, that would not be a Sheriff's Department investigation?
It will be a Sheriff's Department investigation unless there's a federal agent involved directly.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So if there's not a federal agent involved in the shooting, then it would be a Sheriff's Department investigation?
Yes.
Trespassing, would that be a Sheriff's Department investigation or a federal investigation?
It's a state violation, that's Sheriff's Office.
That's all I had. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness from any of the members of the jury? We do have more than one. So. All right, we have questions from 3 jurors. The way this works is I ask the questions, you do your best to answer, and then the lawyers can ask follow-up questions. All right. Well, one question from juror number 3 about whether certain items were found that you're asking about, rifles and backpacks and stuff. We're not going to ask that question because this is not a witness who would have an awareness of that, okay? Your question was asking whether any of these particular items that you referenced in your question was found during the cursory search, as I understand it, and we don't believe this witness can.
No, I think the question was, a witness testified that 2 individuals were seen toting bags and rifles. And the question to the officer here was, since he was one of the first individuals to arrive on the scene, when they were doing a cursory check, did they stumble across any of those packages or not? That was the question.
Okay, now that you've clarified that, let me talk to the lawyers a bit. All right, we'll be right back. Okay, so you heard what this juror said, and
Yes.
we just want to, well, let me clarify with you, sir. We were a little confused about the word cursory search. There was been testimony that in the afternoon, law enforcement officers went out there and did what they did, right? This witness was not there then, so you're not referring to that time? He went out the second time after.
Did the law enforcement people, at any time after the matter was reported like that, found those large tote bags possibly carrying contraband? That was the question.
All right, well, we'll ask the question in this context. He went out, he can testify to what he knows about when he went out there. So, fair enough. So, when you went out there, as you've described, late in the afternoon, early evening, given where you went and where you were during the time on this property, during your part of the investigation, did you ever see backpacks, large bundles or backpacks that could have been laden with contraband or any rifles in that area? Where you were, the time when you were out there?
No, I did not.
Okay. Another question, if you could explain what is Operation Stone Garden?
Operation Stone Garden is it's the name for the federal grant, and that is provided by FEMA, which is Department of Homeland Security organization. They assist border towns, and I think it goes all the way up to Pinal County. They assist them with funds so patrolmen or officers assist with patrolling the rural areas of the counties.
So it's federal compensation for law enforcement officers from rural counties, maybe up to Pinal County, to provide funding for them to, in addition to their usual pay for providing those services. Is that right?
That is correct,
Fair enough.
yes.
All right, thank you. Another question from another juror. Does your agency use body cameras, and were any body cameras worn, to your knowledge, on January 30th, 2023?
Unfortunately, at this point, we don't have body cameras, no.
Another question from the same juror who believes that the medical examiner's case file, which you're not familiar with, but Somebody testified about that earlier this week. And there was some indication that Deputy Lopez pronounced the time of death. Who pronounced the victim deceased?
That will be myself. I was the person examining the body.
Another question from the same juror. When you arrived on the scene and you saw the deceased, was his fanny pack broken and to his right side when you arrived on the scene?
When the question broken, what does that mean?
Well, I think it's referring to the strap.
I didn't see
The strap and the buckle, right?
Right. I didn't see the buckle. I saw the fanny pack laying next to the body on the right side. The strap going up towards the backpack. However, I do not know how the strap was attached to the backpack. I do not know that.
But was the strap and the buckle on the fanny pack broken or not broken at that time?
I don't remember. At this point, I will be guessing if I say it was broken or not, because I do not remember examining the actual buckle.
All right. Another question from a different juror, and I marked this number 3. Regarding the photos of Gabrielle, the victim, is there any indication that the deceased had been pulled by backpack straps or by fanny pack by a horse?
No indication of that. I didn't see any of that.
Very well. Those are the questions from the juror. Juror number 3, we did our best to answer your particular question. So,
The question was answered, Your Honor, right? Thank you.
very well. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to give these questions to the clerk and follow-up questions from counsel, starting with the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the juror asked not just about the backpacks, but also about rifles. Did you see any backpacks or rifles anywhere on the scene when you arrived that day?
No.
If you had seen a backpack or a rifle, would you have collected that and made note of it?
More likely, yes.
Another juror asked about the fanny pack. So can I, if I can have the projector, Your Honor, Exhibit 116. I'm showing you image, what's been admitted as image 24. I see a photograph here with the fanny pack along the side of the body. Is that how the fanny pack was positioned when you arrived?
Yes.
And the other question I have is, it appears that the strap to the fanny pack is somehow up through something. Do you recall whether it was attached to anything or how it was held in that position?
I don't remember how it was. Again, it was through the backpack, but I don't recall how it was attached to it.
So you don't know if it was hooked on or if it was just being held on by the pressure?
Correct.
And when that fanny pack, yeah, okay, I think that's all I had, Your Honor, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. Was there any indication that this body had been dragged at all by anything, a horse or a person or anything that you observed?
Nothing that indicated to me that, no.
And was there some dirt in some area near this body? Was there a little bit of dirt? Like, we see a lot of grass, but is there a little bit of dirt areas as well?
There are areas of dirt, yes.
And in those dirt areas, because it would have been difficult to see in the grass areas, I imagine, did you see any indication of dragging?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense.
Thank you. If the fanny pack was on the chest and someone was trying to take it off the chest, is it possible it would have got caught up with a backpack on the back?
Again, I don't know where the fanny pack was when the person...
I gave you a hypothetical. If it was on the chest, carried that way, and therefore pulled off, breaking the buckle, Is it possible that some of the straps are caught up in the backpack?
I will be guessing, ma'am. I don't know.
In
where
your
the backpack-
opinion, do you think it's possible?
Could you rephrase the question again, please?
I'm going to stand up. We have a picture in evidence of him wearing a fanny pack on the chest, assuming it was the same way. If someone was trying to take it off, busting the buckle, is it possible, based on this picture and your observation, that it got caught up with the backpack straps?
This picture right here?
Okay.
You're talking about a picture that I haven't seen. That's why I'm asking. Is this the picture you're talking about, ma'am?
Let's say it again. Just visualize what I'm, telling you, okay?
Okay.
All right. There is a photo we've seen that I know you haven't, but we have,
Okay.
where this man right here, our deceased, is carrying the backpack or the fanny pack on his chest.
Okay.
Backpack would be on the back, right? If he was laying down and you were trying to tug at it to get it out for any reason, okay? Is it possible that the straps could have got caught up in the backpack straps?
Based on the theory you're giving me, yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the cooperation on that. Now, going back to the search. Your search included right around the body. You didn't leave the body because you're protecting the crime scene, right?
Correct.
You're just looking around the immediate area.
Yes.
Did anyone comb the area again for any other evidence? Like do a sweep on your watch?
On my watch?
Yes,
No.
sir.
No.
And it got dark pretty quickly, didn't it?
Pretty close to the time that we arrived, yes. It was dusk. Yes.
Right, and that's why the flashlight was hanging in the tree to help you find it, right?
Correct.
Okay, nothing further.
Any other questions for this witness from any members of the jury? One more. Very well. We just want to make sure we have the image that you're referring to, since you're a little uncertain. This is, what's on the screen now is image number 39. Is this the image you're referring to? Yes. Okay. We just want to make sure we have the right one. All right, let's go back here. Another question. There is blood on the fanny pack, but it is separated from the body. Why would that be? And see image number 39, which is the image we're looking at. So the question is, there's blood on the fanny pack, but it is separated from the body. Why would that be? And if it helps you, if you need to, you can look at the actual original item of evidence, the fanny pack as well. But it's up to you.
I do see a stain. There's some arrows. Is that the, yeah. There's a stain. However, I wouldn't be able to answer why there's, if it's blood, I don't know, but I don't know why that will be there, to be honest.
Thank you. Follow-up question to that question of the juror from the state.
Your Honor, I'd just like the witness to take a look at the actual fanny pack too and see if you make any observations about that as well.
Very well. Any objection to that? Ms. Lothorpe, any objection to that?
I'm sorry.
That's right.
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Do you see anything on the fanny pack, I guess is my question to you.
I don't see anything that will indicate to me that it's blood.
You can't tell?
No.
Okay, and then you can go have a seat if you like. Thank you. Were you aware, at least of one occasion, that Mr. Kelly's dogs were near the fanny pack?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure, well, near the body. Are you aware of at least one occasion that Mr. Kelly's dogs were near the body?
At least one, yes.
Is there food inside that fanny pack?
There was some items of what appeared to be food, yes.
Thank you.
Defense, any questions?
No, sir.
Very well. Any other questions for this witness from any members of the jury? Seeing none, sir, you can step down. Thank you. And state call its next witness.
Officer Pacheco.
Valeria?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Thank you, sir. If you'd come over here to the witness stand and have a seat, please. All right, and whenever you're ready, Mr. Jetty.
Good afternoon, officer. Can you briefly introduce yourself by stating your name for the jury?
Well, I'm Abraham Pacheco. I am a sergeant for the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
Sergeant Pacheco, can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Pacheco.
And Officer Pacheco, or Sergeant Pacheco, how long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
I've been with the Sheriff's Department since 2008.
2008. And walk us through, just high level, your career path with the department.
I started as a correction officer in 2008. 2012, I graduated the police academy. I did patrol for 3 years. Then I was reassigned to a federal task force as a narcotics detective. I did that approximately about almost 8 years. In December of 2022, I got promoted to sergeant, and I'm back on patrol again.
Sergeant, how were you called to get involved in this investigation?
I was called in to come in early and help with the investigation on what was going to transpire and what, in case they needed help with anything.
What time was that, approximately?
I believe it was 1900 hours, more or less.
7 o'clock for...
7 o'clock.
And do you remember what day? Not day, necessarily the day of the week, but the day of the year.
2023.
The day, though.
30. No, I'm sorry. January 30.
Would it be January 30th? Would that ring a bell?
Yes, January
Okay.
30.
January 3rd, 2023. Do you remember what location you responded to?
It's 100 Willow Crossing Road.
Okay. And obviously, do you know who the defendant is in this case?
Yes, I do.
Did you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And can you point him out for us?
See,
Just give me a brief description of what he's wearing.
can I stand up so I can see?
Sure. That's not standing up, though.
No, I'm just waiting for it.
Oh.
He's wearing a brown vest and green shirt. Button-up shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
So ordered.
Mr. Pacheco, when you got on the scene, what was your task when you got on the scene at 7 o'clock on January 30th?
I met with Sergeant Rodriguez and Sergeant Garcia. Then I saw Deputy Lopez that was standing with the defendant. I was advised that the Criminal Investigation Division, CID, was en route to take over the investigation.
And what were you tasked to do?
I was asked to transfer the defendant down to the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
So walk us through, what was your actual job? What did you do?
So I get there, I meet with Deputy I met with the sergeants, then I met with Deputy Lopez, CAD Detective Sergeant Flores arrived and asked me if I could transfer him. After I was asked to transfer the defendant to the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office, I met with Deputy Lopez, and I told Mr. Kelly that we were going to transfer him over to the Sheriff's Office, so we removed everything that he had in his property, and I placed him in handcuffs, escorted him to my vehicle, and then...
Hold on a sec. So you're the one that put Mr. Kelly into handcuffs.
Yes.
And when you put into Mr. Handcuffs, how many times have you put people into handcuffs?
Countless times.
Countless times. Anything abnormal about putting Mr. Kelly in handcuffs?
No.
And when you put someone in handcuffs, you got to do a body search. You got to take items off of them,
Yes.
and you inventory. You give them to someone to inventory, right?
Yes.
Do you recall what items you took off of Mr. Kelly?
I remember taking off a cell phone, magazine, which contained ammunition, and a pocket knife.
Do you remember what the cell phone was or the magazine?
I do not remember.
So it's basically you're taking things off of a person and just handing them to somebody.
Yes.
And who is standing next to you?
Deputy Lopez.
And you put Mr. Kelly in handcuffs and you took him over to your patrol car.
Yes.
And you put him in the back seat?
No, I put him in the front seat. I tried putting him in the back seat, but he couldn't get into the back seat.
So you put him in the front seat with you?
Yes.
Is that common for Sheriff's Department officers to put detainees in the front seat of their vehicle?
No.
And you transported him to where?
To the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
And did he have a coat on?
Yes.
And you transferred him over to the SO office just over here?
Yes.
And you said to CID?
Yes.
And does that pretty much wrap up your involvement in this case?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Who's ever from the defense going to do this cross, we can take our mid-afternoon break now, or you can start for a few minutes, whichever you prefer.
Whatever the court prefers, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, start.
Okay. You personally put handcuffs on Mr. Kelly, is that correct?
Yes.
And you did that at the scene, is that right?
Correct.
And then you said you tried to put him into the back seat of your patrol car, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed to do that by somebody else, correct?
Yes.
Who told you to do that?
Sergeant Flores.
And so you had no idea at that point why you were arresting Mr. Kelly, is that right?
I knew they were investigating a death investigation. They were running a death investigation. That's pretty much all I knew.
And so your understanding then is he's being arrested in connection with that investigation, right?
Yes.
And you said you tried to put him into the back seat of the patrol car, correct?
Correct.
And that's because he's under arrest, right?
Yes.
That wasn't your decision, that was somebody else's decision, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you said he could not get into the back seat. Tell me about that. Why not?
He was having trouble getting into the back seat. I tried helping him, and he started complaining about pain. I don't remember where he said he had pain. So I decided to move him to the front of the seat because he couldn't get into the... I was going to force him to get into the back of the patrol car because I saw he couldn't get in there.
He's pretty old, right?
Yes.
And so maybe he might have some physical problems that prevent him from sitting in the back seat, right?
Correct.
And so you were just trying to help him be able to get transported to the detention center, correct?
That is correct.
Was he asking you about his wife at the time?
He did.
Where was his wife?
She was being transported to the sheriff's office as well by another deputy.
And was that something else that you were directed to do or that the other deputy was directed to do?
Yes.
Transport her to the detention center as well, right?
Yes.
And you have no idea why she's being arrested at that point either, correct? No. Okay. But they're both being arrested. They're both being taken in to do interviews. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea why nobody came out to the scene to interview them at the scene?
I do not know.
No idea. And you have no idea who was going to conduct those interviews, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That was your initial involvement in the case. That was on January 30th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you also receive a phone call at some point in connection with this case?
All right, well, it sounds like you're moving into a new area.
Yes.
So let's take our mid-afternoon break. We'll be back in about 30 minutes. It's about 3:15. We're in recess until 3:15.
We rise and we pause.
Everyone's here. We can bring in the jury, please. Please rise. Everyone, please be seated. The records show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendant. The witness is back on the witness stand. Ms. Larkin, whenever you're ready, you can resume your cross-examination.
Still hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. And before I get into this phone call that you took shortly after this incident, I just want to kind of back up a little bit and describe everybody's role in this investigation. My understanding is that you just showed up to help out because they were a little bit short-handed or whatever, and they wanted you to help out with some small tasks. Is that right?
Yes,
So you didn't have a big involvement in this case, correct?
that is correct.
Do you know who was the detective assigned to take on this case?
Detective Ainsa.
Okay, and so he's the lead detective, right?
I only spoke to Sergeant Flores that night, and I did the transport for Mr. Kelly.
No, my question is just, is Detective Ainsa the lead detective for this investigation?
Yes,
And as the lead detective, is he the one who's responsible for reviewing whatever information comes in relating to this investigation?
yes,
Okay. And so I want to get to this phone call that you received on January 31st. So this is the day after your initial involvement, correct?
yes,
And that's a phone call that you took and you documented, correct?
yes,
And that presumably got sent on to the lead detective so that he could review and evaluate this phone call, correct?
I provided that information to his supervisor, Sergeant Flores.
Okay. So this phone call that happens on January 31st, is this approximately 8 o'clock that you received this phone call?
Yes,
And this is a phone call from somebody who calls himself Miguel, is that right?
correct.
And Miguel is a person who's calling and claiming that he was a witness to these events, correct?
Yes,
He claimed he was there and he claimed that he saw what happened, correct?
yes,
And did he make the claim that the person who was shot was his uncle?
yes,
So that's what Miguel stated. This person who was shot, that was my uncle, right?
yes,
Did he also state that this took place at a location called Broken Spring?
I don't believe he gave me a location.
If you were to review a transcript of that phone call, would that help refresh your recollection about what he told you?
Yes,
All right. Let me just pull that up real quick. Can we just show the witness what I'm looking at? And I'm going to scroll to the reference. I'm showing you for the record what's been marked as Defense Exhibit CCC. And I'm looking at page 3, and if I could show you, or excuse me, page 1. And if you could take a look at line 1 through 6, or line 6, I'm sorry. Let me find it. I might have pulled up the wrong one. Give me one moment. Oh, that should be the right one. Oh, there it is. Okay. Page 2, pardon me. So page 2, line 5 through 6. Did he refer to this location as Broken Spring?
I did not.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Michael, is this a transcript with Officer Sergeant Pacheco?
Yes.
Can he identify it first? Can
Do you recognize this transcript?
I do not.
Okay. Did you have a phone call with this person named Miguel?
I did.
Do you know if anybody else had a phone call with this same person?
Dispatchers did.
Dispatchers did. Did you receive any information from dispatch regarding what was said by Miguel?
They had information.
And then did you eventually pick up a phone call from him?
Yes.
So you did speak directly to Miguel at some point, is that correct?
I did.
And you documented this phone conversation in your report, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And Valeria, we can take that off right now. We can take it off. We don't need anything on there. And do you remember this person telling you that his uncle, who was the person who was shot, that his uncle was shot in the chest? Do you recall him saying that to you?
Can I look at my report so I can refresh my memory?
Let me pull up the correct one. Give me one moment. I think I've got it right here. Let me just see. All right. Oh, yeah, he can see this one. Let me make sure I get you to the right spot. Is that your report? Can you see it in front of you?
Yes, this is my report.
Okay. And can you tell me, do you remember if he said that his uncle got shot in the chest? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, so he said that. And did he say that that was with a pistol?
Yes, he said it was a handgun.
Okay. And he said very clearly this was a handgun, and this person shot my uncle in the chest. Is that right?
That's what my report said, yes.
Okay. And then did he state that after this, or that there was a group around when this took place?
Yes, he said he was in a group.
Okay, so it wasn't just him and his uncle by themselves when this happened, right?
According to him, no.
He's claiming that he's with a group,
Yes.
right? And did he also say that he hid in the area for a while after this took place before going back into Mexico?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And as far as you know, when you were on scene, nobody else was in the area, correct?
I didn't go to scene. I just went to the immediate area where the house was at.
Okay. Did he provide a name for the alleged victim?
I'm going to review my report real quick.
Sure. And if I need to scroll, tell me and I can scroll for you.
Why don't you help them out and direct them to a particular paragraph and page? So,
I think it's in the transcripts. But you don't recognize the transcripts that
No,
that I
they're-
showed you?
Yeah, those are not mine.
Describe to me how this phone call...
He mentioned, as per my report, it doesn't say a name. He was saying my uncle. He referred to him as my uncle. Miguel.
Okay. So he just said, and he described himself as being Miguel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you describe this person as, I think you note in your report that it seems that he could not speak freely.
Yes.
Could you describe that a little bit? What did you mean by that?
He said, I asked him if he could meet me at the port of entry so we can talk to investigators. And he said he was a safe house, and he couldn't get there to the port of entry.
Do you know what he meant, or did you ask him what he meant when he said he was in a safe house?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you hear voices in the background when you were talking with this Miguel person?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear any of that?
No.
Did you have a bad connection with him when he called?
Yes.
Okay, so the phone call was kind of cutting in and out when you were speaking with him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make arrangements to try to go meet with him at the port?
Yes.
And how did that go? Describe what happened there.
I asked him if he can make his way to the port of entry so we can meet with him, and he said he couldn't. He didn't know how to get there, so I gave him instructions on how to get to the port of entry and what to do if he was to get to the port of entry. And I went down and I spoke to the supervisor on shift that night, and I advised him there's a possibility of a male subject that's going to come in, that he's a witness to ongoing investigation.
Okay. And he never showed up, is that right?
To my knowledge, he didn't.
Okay. So you have no idea whatever happened with this person who called himself Miguel, who said he was a witness?
I have no idea.
Okay. And this was in the early stages of the investigation, right?
Yes.
So body gets reported January 30th. You receive this phone call the following day, right?
Correct.
So this is in the middle of an ongoing investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the information that you collected from this Miguel person presumably makes its way to Detective Ainsa, is that correct?
Yes.
And, for example, so you're not in charge of this investigation. You're not tasked with determining whether what Miguel said was true or not true, is that correct?
That is correct.
You're not in charge with determining whether Miguel might be coming forward to make a false report, right?
Correct.
But presumably, the folks who are in charge of this investigation are going to evaluate that, right?
Yes.
They're going to evaluate any statement of any person who comes forward in this case, right?
Correct.
And so they're going to look at these statements, and they're possibly going to compare the statements to the physical evidence in the case, for example, right?
Correct.
And they're possibly going to compare these statements with other statements from other witnesses in the case also, correct?
Yes.
And so, for example, just as an example, if Miguel says that his uncle was the person who was deceased, and then if investigators later find out that the deceased person did not have a nephew named Miguel, that would be something the detectives would evaluate, right?
Correct.
And they would take that information in and make determinations about how credible this information is that's coming to them, right?
That is correct.
And same thing, for example, if Miguel said, as he said to you, that the deceased was shot in the chest with a small handgun, they're going to look at that statement and compare it to the physical evidence in the case, right?
Correct.
And if that physical evidence shows that this person was not shot in the chest and he was not shot by a handgun, they're going to use that information to evaluate Miguel's statements, right?
Correct.
And if it turns out that Miguel's statements maybe don't match up with other statements or don't match up with physical evidence, that might be a red flag that this could be a false report, right?
Correct.
And the detectives are going to concern themselves with that, right?
Yes.
Because obviously a homicide investigation is very serious, right?
Yes.
And if there are people who are coming forward who might be providing false statements, the detectives are going to take that very seriously, right?
Yes.
And somebody who comes forward to make a false statement in a homicide investigation is himself committing a crime, right?
Correct.
False reporting to law enforcement's a crime, right?
Yes.
And obviously, if somebody's making false statements to law enforcement about a crime, and that person's also claiming to have been there at the scene of the crime, that's highly suspicious, right?
It could be yes.
That person could be treated like a potential suspect, right?
Depends on the investigation. Like I said, I just took the phone call and
Right, and I
the
know you didn't
detectives-
do the
yeah,
investigation.
detectives are going to do whatever they have to do. on follow-ups. I just took the call and I passed down the information to the sergeant for the criminal investigations. I don't know what led and transpired from that phone call.
And it's the detective's job to follow up and follow those leads and see where that investigation takes them, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, certainly anybody who admits to being at a crime scene is somebody who should be investigated and looked at seriously, right?
Yes.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect from the state.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Let me start off with, you don't know what hearsay is, do you?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
What is hearsay?
Hearsay is something that somebody else is saying and they take into consideration that it did happen and they feed off from that hearsay.
We'll let that go. That was kind of, I don't want to trick you. That's
Okay.
not. But anyway, I just want to ask you a question about this report because your involvement was at the scene, just so I understand, preliminary was to detain Mr. Kelly and transport him to CID.
Yes.
Right? And you removed items from him.
Yes.
Right? And you also said something, just so I want to make sure I understand this clear. Do you know whether or not Miss Wanda Kelly was arrested?
She was not arrested.
And how do you know that?
She was taken to
I'm gonna
the
object
sheriff's
as
office.
the objection is vagueness as to time. I don't know if he's talking about ultimately arrested or arrested on scene.
Okay, sustained. You can clarify, try and clarify that.
On scene.
On
At the
scene-
time when you were there.
On scene, she was not arrested. She was transported to the sheriff's office for questioning, not under arrest.
Let me jump to this phone call. Obviously, you were there on January 30th.
Yes.
Were you, I mean, you're in Nogales on January 31st, the next day.
Yes.
Was this, if you know, was this story covered in the news?
It is covered. It was covered in the news.
Did you see it on the next day news?
I did.
Let's talk about this report. And if you want, do you want me to, I do things old school. Can I refresh your recollection with the report?
Yes, please.
I'm going to show you Government Exhibit 1.12. And you know, I don't want you to read it. I just want you, if you need to refresh your recollection, detective or sergeant.
Yes.
All right. I don't want you to read it. I just want you. Well, we'll refer to it if you need to refresh your recollection. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Was there mention in that call that this is a report that you wrote with this individual named Miguel,
Yes.
right? And you remember the date of that report?
Yes.
What's the date of the report?
January 31st,
The next day.
2023.
I'm sorry.
I was just giving you the date of 2023.
Okay. And what time of day was that?
It was 2000 hours, which is 8 p.m.
8 p.m. in the evening.
Yes.
And on that, I'm going to refer to a bunch of things on paragraph 2, but if you don't remember, you can refresh your recollection. But
Okay.
is there mention in there of who the alleged shooter is in the incident?
And I'm going to object on hearsay. I understand rule of completeness arguments and such, but if that does come in, I think we would need a limiting instruction that it's not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
I'm not sure I understand. Can you,
He just asked, is there mention of who the shooter is? Basically asking for a statement from Miguel and apparently offering it for the truth of the matter asserted in the statement. I want to make sure we're not offering the statements as proof of the truth of matter asserted in the
and
statement.
is that different from the reason you offered it?
I didn't offer it for the truth of the matter asserted in the statement.
All right, now I understand. Mr. Jetty.
I'm not going to offer for the truth of the matter. I'm just going to ask for completeness of what the Miguel had reported.
Okay. All
And I
right.
think we just need a jury instruction on that.
All right, so, so my hearsay explanation to you this afternoon was kind of timely. So remember I said something is not hearsay if it's not offered to prove the truth of what the person is saying, if it's offered for some other purpose. So what other purpose are you offering it for? Just to complete
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
conversation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so sometimes, there's some testimony to something somebody said, and it's only part of something that's part of a larger piece. So to put it more in context, these questions are allowed, so he can answer.
So, Sergeant, is there a reference to who Miguel said shot in this incident?
Yes, there is.
What did your report say?
He said a rancher.
A rancher. Was there also indication of the number of times?
Yes.
What was the indication?
How is that not offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
She's using the defense solicited direct statements from this for what other reason is to get Miguel's statement into testimony. And so if their explanation to you, Judge, is it's not for the truth of the matter, I'm not doing the same thing. I'm doing the same thing here, but they need to have a complete record of what Miguel said. I have no idea why they did it.
Well, go ahead.
And Judge, we obviously offered it to show that there are false statements that are being made that are verifiably false based on the physical evidence. I don't think just describing those false statements opens the door to hearsay in the entire conversation unless there's a non-hearsay purpose to offer other statements for. If we're trying to offer statements to show these are consistent with whatever, then that's hearsay. It's being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted in the statement, and that's not admissible.
Well, a statement by an out-of-court declarant that's offered that is a statement that incriminates the defendant that he made the shot is hearsay. The objection is sustained. I'm striking the answer. Please ignore the answer.
Let me ask you, is there any indication of the time period that this individual evidently waited from the moment of the shots to the moment that person returned to Mexico?
Yes.
Approximately how many hours? You can use your report to refresh your recollection.
Approximately 8 hours from when I responded to the call.
Oh, that's when you responded. But do you know the date? Do you know the time of the shooting in this case?
I do not.
Okay. What was the time that the individual indicated that they returned to Mexico?
It's just 0200 hours, approximately 2 in the morning.
On January 31st.
Yes.
Is there any indication from this caller about who the victim was?
Yes.
And in that, did he try to, was there any indication from Miguel that he tried to spell the name of the victim?
He tried to spell his name, the caller. Yes, not the victim.
Did he spell his name correctly, or?
We had issues trying to get his last name, so no, I don't know how do you spell his last name, to be honest.
And in that report, I just want to emphasize, this is what defense asked you. In that report, the witness said that someone used a handgun,
Yes.
and you passed this report on to someone else, right?
Yes, Sergeant Flores.
Sergeant Flores. And then he does whatever he's going to do with it, right?
Correct.
You've almost done. You've handled investigations as a detective,
Yes.
and is it important to gather all evidence?
Correct.
And so if someone calls and says they may have been a witness, that would be important to talk to that person?
Yes.
And you made efforts to talk to this person.
Yes, I did.
And that person didn't show up?
To my knowledge, he didn't show up.
Did he say, let me go back to this because I misunderstood my co-counsel's note. Did he say who he was a nephew of, the name exactly?
No.
And what was his name exactly?
The person I spoke to identified himself as Miguel Boydinea.
Can you spell that last name for me?
Boyctenea.
And do you know the name of the victim in this case?
I do not.
Okay, that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jetty. Any questions from any members of the jury for this witness? All right, I see none. Thank you, sir. You can step down. You're excused. State can call your next witness. Yeah, you can give it to him. Thank you. Sir, if you'd step forward to the clerk here, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Thank you. If you come over here to the witness stand and have a seat. And whenever you're ready, I presume Ms. Hung.
If I could just have a second.
Sure.
I actually thought we were calling another witness. Sorry, Your Honor, I actually wrote a note on my notes for Agent Douglas. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please tell the jury your full name and where you work, please?
Yeah, my name's Daniel Douglas. Last name's Douglass. I'm a FBI agent with out of the Phoenix division and assigned to the Tucson resident agency, currently assigned to the Violent Crime Squad.
Sir, could you just tell the jury a little bit about your history? And by history, I mean your employment history.
Sure. I've been working for the FBI since 2008. I started off as a crime analyst and then became a special agent in 2015. As part of being an agent, I've been assigned to cases where I work with forensics on phones and computers. So I've had training on that. I've also had training on various other violent crime investigations.
And can you tell me, in January of 2023, did the Sheriff's Department and the County Attorney's Office from Santa Cruz County reach out to you for some assistance with respect to the George Allen Kelly case?
That's correct. They reached out asking for assistance with doing some forensic extractions of cell phones, knowing that we had the ability to get those extractions completed.
Was there a specific member of the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Department that you worked with directly?
Yeah, it was Detective Barbara.
And perhaps I missed it, but can you tell me which unit you work with?
I'm assigned to the violent crime unit, so for Tucson, that covers bank robberies, assaults on federal officers, crimes against children, violations.
And did you agree to assist in the cell phone extractions with Detective Barba?
Correct, I did.
And when did he meet with you regarding the cell phone extractions?
The cell phones were handed over to me, to the FBI in April 3rd of 23.
April 3rd of 23?
Correct.
And did Detective Barba tell you whether he had obtained a search warrant for the extractions on those phones?
He did, and provided me a copy of the warrant.
And do you recall how many cell phones you assisted with?
There were 3.
If I showed you the phones, would you recognize them?
I believe so, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 77. Could you take a look at that and see if you recognize it?
Yeah, this looks like the iPhone that was provided to me.
And can you tell me, did you attempt to extract that iPhone?
I did. Was unable to because the iPhone was encrypted and password protected, so we could not get into the phone.
Showing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 76. Can you take a look at that item?
I mean, it appears to be the phone that it's in a case, but I do recognize the case. I can't see the phone that's inside of it, obviously.
Okay, and do we have a pair of scissors at the desk there?
No, there's no scissors. It's okay to open the phone?
Yes, please.
Correct, yeah, this is the Alcatel flip phone I examined.
And were you able to do a download on that phone?
I was able to do a limited extraction on this phone. I could get videos and photos, could not get any call detail records or text messages or anything off the phone.
And when you completed that limited extraction, what did you do with it?
Generated a report and put that report on a DVD and provided that to the Detective Barba.
And so you handed that off to Detective Barba?
Correct.
And then you said you were only able to provide a limited extraction on that phone. Did you make any recommendations to Detective Barba after you completed the extraction on the Alcatel flip phone?
I did. I recommended that he physically review the phone so he could read the text messages that were on the phone, since the Celebrite that I used to extract it could not pull the messages.
Could you explain to the jury why the Celebrite you used could not extract those text messages?
I can't say, I mean, in generalities, usually probably for this phone, the Cellbrite is a company that's going to build extractions for the most popular phones that are out there, right? Androids and iPhones. This particular flip phone is somewhat dated, and they probably just haven't built a report to be able to pull the extract. There's not enough of those phones in circulation to make it monetarily worth it for Cellbrite to create the extraction for that device.
And just so we're clear, Exhibit 76, that's the Alcatel flip phone we were talking about?
Correct.
And does that have an item number on it?
I can see an item number, but it's possibly either 12JA.
12JA? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And then did you perform a Cellbrite extraction on another item as well?
I did. There was an Android device.
And is that, can you take a look at States Exhibit 81 in front of you?
Yeah.
And can you tell us what item number it has on it?
16.3JA. Okay, if I
Go ahead
open
and
this.
open it, please.
I recognize this as the Android phone that I examined.
And were you able to do a Cellbrite extraction on that phone?
I was.
And on that Cellbrite extraction, what types of information were you able to download?
I was able to do a logical and a file system, two extractions, which was able to pull call detail records. It would have pulled any location data that was available on the phone. It would have pulled pictures and videos and any voicemails that were saved on the phone. The only thing that the Cellbrite could not pull, I believe this phone had a WhatsApp application. Cellbrite had not built the capabilities to extract directly from that application, so I was able to take screenshots through the Cellbrite program and provide those in the report as well.
When you told me a minute ago, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit, but you told me a minute ago with Exhibit 76, that Alcatel flip phone, that you recommended Detective Barba do a physical review of that phone. Could you explain to the jury, you said a little bit about looking at the text messages. What do you mean by that?
I just power the phone on and literally go through each message on the phone and take whatever investigative notes you needed to take on that device. Yeah.
And would you recommend that they take pictures as well?
Correct, yeah, anything to memorialize.
And during your examination of Exhibit 81, were you able to pull location data for cell phones or for photographs?
I don't recall.
Okay. Were you able to recall dates for photographs?
I don't recall that either. I didn't particularly, since I was just extracting the information on the phone and I wasn't the case detective on the case, I wasn't reviewing the devices for content, if that makes sense.
So you were just doing the extraction and then providing it to the detective to do the analysis?
Correct, yeah. If it was my own case, I would have done it as I was going, but since I wasn't the case agent, I was just performing the forensic extraction, that's all I did.
I want to ask you, did you provide some other additional information to Detective Barba in just sort of an advisory capacity?
He had called me regarding a geofence warrant and some questions about, I think he was asking why a device wouldn't be in a geofence. And I believe he was talking about a Google geofence at the time. And I listed off the possible reasons why a device that you thought would show up wouldn't show up in a Google geofence.
Can I stop you for a second
Sure.
before you get into that? Could you explain to the jury what a Google geofence is? Because I'm sure they're all wondering what that means.
So a geofence is you'll use some lat-long coordinates, and you'll draw it in the shape of the area that you want to submit to Google, and with the hope of getting any Android device or Android device or anybody using an Android service that would be in that geographical location. For instance, in my line of work, I use them a lot in bank robberies. I'll draw a geofence around a bank that I know that got robbed with a date, time, and the coordinates around that bank to try to get any cell phones that were in the area of that bank robbery at the time of the robbery.
And so you started to talk about a Google geofence warrant. Can you explain what that means, a Google geofence warrant?
Yeah, so I don't know the particular area that they were submitting the warrant on, but you would use, provide your lat-long coordinates of the shape of whatever you wanted to capture devices in, and then you would submit that to Google, and they would return any device that was active. So the device would have had to been powered on. It would have had to have location sharing on. It would have had to have some privacy settings set correctly. It would have had to have been getting connection to some type of network via Wi-Fi or a tower, cell tower. And then Google would have returned any of the devices that met that criteria that were inside that lat-long area that was provided.
So are you saying that you'd draw a square around an area, for instance, and then whoever's phone's on that meets that criteria, it's going to pop up as their phone being in that location?
That's correct.
And then is that an investigative tool you can use to locate potential witnesses, potential suspects, that sort of thing?
Correct.
And you started to say that the detective called you to find out why perhaps nothing appeared on a warrant. And could you tell the jury what the possible reasons are, perhaps specifically in a remote location,
Sure.
why you might not have anything pop up on a geofence warrant?
Well, so there's multiple things that would prevent it. If you were using let's say you're using an iPhone and you had no Google services on that phone, you weren't using Gmail, you weren't using any type of Google application, that's not going to pop in a Google geofence warrant. This flip phone, for instance, probably wouldn't pop because I can't think of any Android services that would run on that. It's not a smartphone. It's not going to have applications, right? And then for an Android phone itself, if it's not connected to a cell tower because you're in such a remote location, or if the cell tower that's servicing that remote location is only providing cell service and not data service, if you're not, you can make phone calls, but you can't get email, you can't connect to the internet, right? So that would limit it. And again, if the phone itself doesn't have the privacy settings open enough that Google actually captures that cell phone, that would prevent it as well.
All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Any cross-examination?
Just real briefly, when you get the extraction, the Cellbrite extraction, if there is a date and time stamp on something, what time measurement is reflected?
Typically, I don't even want to say typically, without looking at the report, but the report will tell you what time it's reflecting. So it'll either reflect UTC, most likely.
Okay, and if this one reflected UTC, could you just tell us the difference between UTC time and Arizona time?
UTC is Universal Time Code. It's the Greenwich Mean Time. Typically, Arizona is 7 hours behind that.
Does daylight savings affect that at all? Arizona doesn't switch.
Arizona doesn't switch, but
UTC does.
UTC does. So usually when I'm converting times, I usually use a web page that will convert the times for me for the current time of the year.
Would around January of 2023, let's say it's 4 o'clock UTC time, what time would that be Arizona time?
I would, again, without using the application for sure, I wouldn't want to say.
What's your best approximation? I'm not going to hold you to it,
Sure.
but best approximation.
What time did you say?
4 p.m. UTC time.
Yeah, I would subtract 7 hours from that, give or take an hour.
Okay. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, any questions for this witness from members of the jury? Very well. Thank you, sir. You may step down, you're excused.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let's, you want to get on the headsets? Okay, let me get. We're going to recess a little early today at 4 o'clock. This has nothing to do with the fact that you all might be in a sugar food coma, okay? Give them what you have. But it's Friday, and it's not a bad idea to finish a little bit early anyway. So we finished another week. Remember the admonition of the court. It's just as important as it ever was. I'm not going to go through it all again. We will resume trial next Tuesday, I think that's April 9th, at 8:30 in the morning. Do any of you have any questions? Oh, by the way, I've been talking with the lawyers here and there, and things are, I assume, still moving on schedule and planned schedule. Is that more or less, right?
More or less.
More. All right, so, but things are moving well. I think we're pretty much on schedule. So, that being said, I'm going to stay here with the lawyers, have a little talk with them. Have a great weekend, you're excused, and we'll see you next Tuesday at 8:30, okay?
Please rise, por favor.
Okay, you can have a seat. This won't take long. So the jury is absent, counsel is still present. And so where are we on the progress? And the reason I'm asking, and I want to know generally, but also we're in the process of starting the planning for what I anticipate will be a visit to the alleged crime scene. So, reservations, trucks, cars, and that kind of thing. So how are we doing on the state's case?
We have four witnesses remaining, and so seven, but three are real brief. And so we're looking at now probably throughout the entire day of Wednesday, and so we got Tuesday and Wednesday, and so we hope we don't bleed into Thursday, but we're Tuesday, Wednesday.
All right, well, that's consistent with you had estimated before. All right, very well. Then there's nothing further. Everybody have a good, safe weekend, and we'll see you either Monday at the hearing the court has scheduled or Tuesday at 8:30. Court's adjourned for the weekend. Thank you.
Please rise.